Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Before we start, may I ask our Zoom participants to please give me a quick thumbs up so that I would know that you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, thank you very much. So to start our today's program, may I request everyone to put ourselves in the most mighty and holy presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Dear God, thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. We are truly grateful for them. Thank you for allowing us today to meet and share our knowledge and time with one another in this training. May you extend your divine wisdom to our speaker so that he would be able to impart effectively his God-given knowledge to all of us. May he be blessed as he continues to bring his expertise to people who need them. Bless the participants as well so that they would be able to glean the vital information from this activity. May you bestow your blessings after this training so that we may go out and spread what we learned in the spirit of our love and generosity. May we realize that this activity should glorify your name. Amen. Okay, once again, good morning po. So before we jump in, our lecture proper, let us first award our special tokens to our early bird participants for today. Congratulations to our first early bird participants from LGU LGU Patnanongan, Miss Cyrus Jurado. Congratulations, ma'am. And for our second early bird participants is from LGU Kibungan, Miss Wendy Pelarisa. Okay, so they join in po an hour early before the official start of the program. So again, congratulations po. And our event secretariat shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token. So for this morning po, I will be your facilitator again from the Capacity Development Division. This is Jocelyn Besley po, and welcome to the fourth day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. Of course, brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. So just a quick recap of yesterday's learning session. So we had the entire session on the standard bidding procedures for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the key concepts in the bidding procedures for the procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, where we highlighted the general principles and considerations for the respective procedures, undertakings led by yesterday's resource speakers, Director Ahmad Usman. But before the proper lecture for today's session, let's have a quick energizer po. So I hope everyone, sa Zoom participants po, can participate po with this energizer. So ang title po ng ating energizer is Guess the Movie. So all you have to do is key in your answer po dun sa Zoom chat box. So unahan po tayo. Let's see po kung naaalala pa po ba natin itong mga movies na to. Okay, so let's begin. So our first movie.
Kung umiinom ka ng alak, habang iniitit mo si sigarilyo mo, habang nilulustay mo yung pera mo.
Wow! Hindi pa nagsisimula, may mga sagot na. Anak, what else? Okay, let's see po kung this is the right answer po. And the right answer is Anak. Wow, naalala niyo pa ang movie ni Ate V. And for our second movie,
kahit saglit lang.
ang ganda ni Angels. Angels kasi pareho silang Angels. Okay, so what's the answer po? The Legal Wife? Legal Wife? Okay.
Pahirap ang asawa mo.
Okay, let's see kung ano po yung tamang sagot. And the answer is One More Try. Yan, so one more try pala siya. And third question po. Third question.
You're nothing but a second rate, trying hard.
Ito, sikat na sikat po to. Bituing walang ningning? Bituing walang ningning? Yes, ang gagaling. Bukas, luhod ang mga tala. Bituing walang ningning. What else? And the answer is Bituing walang ningning. Galing naman. And the fourth movie.
She loved me at my worst.
Sino po yung maka-John Lloyd dyan, oh? One More Chance. One More Chance. Wow. John Lloyd Bay.
I just made the choice.
And you chose me.
Okay, and the right answer is One More Chance. Wow, lahat po naka-perfect. So sana mamaya din sa mga knowledge check, perfect din po Hindi lang tayo sa movie. And the final movie. Sir Ton, di ba?
Kaibigan mo lang.
Popoy and Basha. I love you, babe. Uy, may ganun pala, sir. I love you, babe.
Oh yes, kaibigan mo ako.
What else? Ano pang entry ng iba nating mga Zoom participants po? Hey, babe. Kung ayaw mo, wag mo. Okay? And the right answer po is saan nakapiling ka? Oh, ang lalayo ng sagot natin. Loves kita, okay ka lang? Yan po ang tamang title ng movie. Diyos ko. Okay? So thank you po sa ating mga Zoom participants for actively participating in our Energizer. So I hope mamaya po ganyan din kayo ka-active sa ating mga knowledge check while listening to our resource speaker. Okay, so that will be our quick Energizer for now. So also a quick shout out po sa ating mga FB live viewers po. You may also po participate in this session po. If you have questions po, you may drop your questions to our comment section po, sa FB comment section. Okay, for today's program of activity, so we already in our session 5 of day 4, and we will be having the entire session on alternative methods of procurement. So to begin with our lecture proper, and with that, it is a great pleasure to introduce to you this learning session, our resource speaker. So our resource speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Accountancy in Ateneo de Davao University. Under his belt, it is a master's degree in public administration, major in fiscal administration, where he earned in University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. He is also a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy, major in organization studies. More also, a resource speaker has a certificate course on project development management in University of the Philippines, Diliman, basic project development at the Development Academy of the Philippines. Part of his profession's involvement is being recognized trainer of the Government Procurement Policy Board, accredited trainer of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, as a recognized confirmator for agency procurement compliance performance indicator, and chairman of DBM Regional Office 11 Bids and Awards Committee, Technical Working Group of the Regional Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council Region 11, and a board of director for Mindanao for the samahan ng mga empleyado ng DBM from 2016 to 2018. He is also a board member for Mindanao for Budget Union. He is internal vice president at the University of Southern Philippines Alumni Federation and president of USEP Obrero Campus Alumni Association and USEP CGB Alumni Association. He is a lecturer for various training and seminars on government planning and budgeting. Our resource speaker is a current Chief Administrative Officer of Financial and Administrative Division of the Department of Budget, Regional Office 11. So let us all welcome our resource speakers for today, Mr. Antonio Mortera Faunilian Jr.
Hello, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Ate Jo. And
Good morning,
thank you
sir.
for that introduction. So the topic assigned to me is one of the most sought after topic in government procurement because it is yung the usual natin, no? Hindi dapat siya usual pero nagiging usual siya kasi of course if we do public bidding then that would be quite tedious. So my topic is alternative methods of procurement. So I'll be discussing this for around 3 hours, 3.5 probably. And then after that, we will be having our open forum. Let me just share to you my screen. And okay. So for the participants, I'd like to check whether you can see my screen and give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up lang po. Ayon. Sige. So, at least nakikita nila, no? And I think the audio is okay also. So, we can already start. So, as I've mentioned earlier, alternative methods of procurement is one of the most sought after topic, and it is also one of the uh, frequently used modes of procurement, because if we read the IRR, there are only two modes of procurement, which is competitive bidding and alternative methods of procurement. So I was looking at PhilJep's postings yesterday, and I found out that since January 1, 2021 up to yesterday, we've had around 4,847,011 postings. And majority of this, no, siguro nasa 80%. So pag 80% yan, nasa 3 million plus are all for alternative methods of procurement. So imagine the number of alternative methods of procurement being conducted nationwide. So it is also important that we should know the procedures, we should know the process, because I think, no, next to hindi next to, but ito talaga siya ang pinaka maraming mga na ating ginagamit when it comes to procuring our mga needs in the office. So if you remember the discussion on public bidding, according to Section 10, the general mode of procurement is public bidding. However, there is an exception to the general rule, and that would be these alternative methods of procurement. Alternative methods of procurement may be found, or the rules under this may be found under Section 48 to Section 54, specifically Rule 16. And under Rule 16, there's a implementing rules and regulations issued for this, and that is Annex H of the IRR. Yan. So ano ba yung title ng Annex H ng ating IRR? Consolidated Guidelines on Alternative Methods of Procurement. So parang meron siyang sariling IRR, no? Itong IRR na siya under Section 48 to Section 54, but there is a specific IRR for us to use when we resort to alternative methods of procurement. Yan. So, yun po ang ating i-discuss ngayon. So what will be the objectives of this module? So by the end of the module, the participant should be able to identify and differentiate various alternative methods of procurement. Kasi marami yung ating modes of procurement. If we read the code or RA 9184, we can only find 5 alternative methods of procurement from Section 49 to Section 53. No? Limited source bidding, itong direct contracting, repeat order, shopping, and itong negotiated procurement. But when we read the IRR, we will know na meron palang mga marami pang mga modes under each section, like for Section 52, no? Merong dalawang modes dyan, which is for unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase, and for regular office supplies and equipment not available at the procurement service. So pagdating naman natin dito sa negotiated procurement, we will know na meron palang 14 types under that. So we have to know and get acquainted to each mode of procurement. And for later, no, we'll be able to identify and differentiate. And of course, our objective is to adopt the most relevant mode of procurement that we can apply to our procurement. Yun. So next is number 2, appropriate use of alternative methods of procurement based on the prescribed conditions, procedures, and requirements. So that is another objective, no? Kasi meron tayong mga pagpipilian ng mga alternative modes of procurement, but each mode has its own condition, has its own procedures, and requirements. Yun. Ito yung parating in-emphasize ko during trainings, that whatever, it's not based, or our selection of the mode of procurement would not be based on the ABC, kasi usually ang ating ginagawa, lampas ba yan 50,000, lampas ba yan 200,000 for LGU, lampas yan. No, we will not look at the ABC. Rather, if the procurement would be of what type of procurement would be applicable, no, for considering the conditions required under the law and the procedures or the requirements. Yan, no? So, tingnan natin kung naka-select na tayo kung ano yung mode of procurement na yon, then we refer to the rules, refer to the conditions, whether it allows us to procure using that method, and follow the procedures. So that, of course, kung i-follow natin yung procedures, at the end of the day, we will not be worried that our auditor would be issuing mga AOMs and notice of suspension or disallowance, because wala silang reason to issue that, no? If we followed it based on what was stated in the IRR. And so, next objective is ito, appropriate use of alternative methods of procurement. Okay, what we will be discussing is, as I've mentioned earlier, it's Annex H, and then there are two parts of Annex H, the general guidelines and the specific guidelines. Yon. So the specific guidelines contains the conditions, procedures, and documentary requirements of each alternative method of procurement, while the general guidelines apply to all types of the alternative methods of procurement. Yan. So yun yung pag-uusapan natin this morning. And let's start first with the general guidelines. So sa Annex H, meron siyang nakalagay doon na general guidelines. So this was formulated by the GPPB to provide a single source of information, no? Itong Annex H as well as yung general guidelines na yan. It applies to all types of alternative methods of procurement. First one would be itong tawag nating, of course, we should always consider public bidding. Kasi yan yung general mode natin. Nasa Section 10 yan. And we only resort to alternative methods of procurement if, number one, in highly exceptional cases. Yan. And then number two, to promote economy and efficiency. Yun yung mga instances, no, na kung kailan tayo mag alternative methods of procurement. Because if we think na it would be ineconomical or inefficient to procure it through public bidding, then we can resort to alternative methods of procurement. And of course, ang sabi din sa ating Rule 16 is if it is justified by the conditions and specified in the IRR. So may mga conditions yan, no, na ating i-discuss mamaya. So yun siya yung ating titingnan if it is justified by the conditions stated in the IRR. Yun. And then, meron tayo, no, under sa general guidelines natin, meron yung no procurement na nakalagay unless it is in accordance with an approved annual procurement plan. So, saan ba yan originally? Though nasa, nandito yan siya sa ating general guidelines, Annex H, pero originally nasa Section 7.2 yan ng ating IRR. And that is how it is also stated, no? No procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with an annual procurement plan. So sa ating annual procurement plan, di ba meron tayong template, no? So yung template na yon, you can download that at the GPPB website. And in the template, you will have to fill up the project, yan, yung program, yung name, yung project, tapos yung end user, and then the method of procurement, and so on, no? Nandiyan na rin yung source of funds, and ito, yung estimated budget, as well as for itong mga sino yung ating brief description pala ng project na yun. Diyan din. So all of this should be indicated here. But asan ba galing itong APP? Of course, it comes from the PPMP or Project Procurement Management Plan. And who prepares the PPMP? Di ba? Nasa section 7.3, it is the end user or the implementing unit who prepares the PPMP. The APP is just the consolidation of all these PPMPs. Yan. So, anong mangyayari, sir, pag halimbawa itong ating APP, nalagay natin dyan is public bidding and then we cannot pursue that. So, if that happens, then the back to through a resolution, we'll have to justify and recommend the change of procurement mode, no? Through a resolution. I-change natin yan. And of course, that would require us to prepare a supplemental annual procurement plan. But of course, sa lahat ng mga APP, remember, they should be supported by the APPMP or Project Procurement Management Plan. Okay, usually, ano ba yung nakikita natin dito sa APP? These are the regular procurements that we have in the office. Now, question, sir, ano yung hindi natin ba usual na nailalagay dyan sa ating APP? Actually, there are two procurement modes that I think it would be hard, no, kung to anticipate and include it in our annual procurement plan. And what are these? The first one is shopping under section 52.1A. Ano ba yung shopping A na yan? This is for unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. Bakit hindi natin malagay sa APP? Kasi unforeseen nga siya, di ba? So what happens, sir, kung nag-shopping A kami? And you have to indicate it in your supplemental annual procurement plan. And then another one, ano pa kaya? Yung isang procurement mode na hindi natin i-include sa APP because it would be, siguro hindi naman impossible, pero it would be very hard to anticipate na ilagay natin siya sa ating plano. Di ba? Ano yun? Siguro kung ang nasa isip ninyo is emergency cases, then correct. Ibig sabihin, itong emergency cases, normally we could not include this in the annual procurement plan. So ang ginagawa natin is if there is an emergency, then we prepare a supplemental annual procurement plan and include it there. Yun. So itong mga dalawang to, usually hindi yan nasasali. But all the rest, all types of procurement na which you can anticipate and it's a routine for your office to procure, then you have to include it in the annual procurement plan. Okay, yan siya. So next is itong issue on splitting of contract, which is also included in the general guidelines. Yan. So, una, bago tayo mag-discuss ng splitting of contract, how do we define or itong prohibition ng splitting of contract? Where is it defined and how do we define it? Nasa section 54.1 po yan ng ating splitting of contract, no? Under section 54.1, splitting of contract is defined as a means or by division or breaking up of government contracts into smaller quantities and amounts, or dividing contract implementation into artificial phases. Yan yung first paragraph dyan, no? Artificial phases or subcontracts for the purpose of evading or circumventing the requirements of the procurement rules. Yan. This is prohibited. No? Ang iba nito, no, common na naririnig natin sa mga LGUs na meron silang bibilhin and then it will exceed the threshold for the mode of procurement. So, gagawin nila is split nila yon. So, careful tayo dyan because if our intention is to circumvent the requirements of the law, then that would be considered as splitting. And remember, under Section 65. Oh, ano yung Section 65, sir? Yan yung penal provisions, yan siya, no? And then nakalagay doon that you may be imprisoned with 6 years and 1 day but not to exceed for itong splitting of contract. Yan. So, hindi lang yun. Pwede rin tayong ma-prosecute under other laws such as RA 3019 or Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Yan. So, that is without prejudice, of course, no, to these laws and other penal laws. But this is not automatic. Hindi naman automatic na if you split a contract or divide or break up government contracts into smaller quantities or divide implementation into phases, so long as it's not artificial, no? Then hindi naman siya automatic na masasabi mong splitting. Yan, sabi ng Non-Policy Matter Opinion 20-2019. So the mere act of dividing a contract into smaller quantities or phases do not automatically constitute splitting of contract. Splitting of contract, tinitingnan yung intention ng inyong pag-split or intention ng agency in breaking up contracts. And how do we look at the intention? Tingnan natin kung meron bang purpose of evading or circumventing the requirements. Yon. So if you do not have that in mind, then and the procuring entity divides the procurement project into lots to attract maximum competition, then that would not be considered as splitting of contract. So long as you must ensure that you are doing it to make to not to circumvent the IRR or to circumvent the requirements of the IR or evade public bidding. Yon. So kung ganun lang naman yung intention natin, then it's not considered as splitting of contract. So example, halimbawa meron tayong usually ito sa opisina, no, may binibili tayong mga toners and ink. Yan. Normally, ang dapat talaga dyan, we procure it as one lot. But there are cases na nagkakaroon ng failure of bidding because some suppliers, yung stock nila ng, kasi iba-ibang color yan, di ba? May cyan, magenta, and then yellow, and itong black. Ang pinaka-normal na stock yung pala yung mga ating mga suppliers is black kasi that's common. Pero for cyan, magenta, and yellow, especially yellow, hindi masyado yan siya kasama sa mga combination ng colors, no? So, rare masyado, hindi masyado ganong kadami yung demand noon. So, normally, suppliers also will not have so much stock for that. So, what happens if you purchase it one lot, then some suppliers will not be able to comply with your requirements, and that would now cause the supplier from yung nilalagay nila na not available. And of course, if it would be procured in one lot and there's an item there na not available, then magkakaroon yan siya ng tawag dyan is incomplete yung kanilang bids, and that would now be declared as disqualified, no? Kasi hindi sila kumpleto yung nabid nila. So if that would be the case, then this supplier, out na siya, and mangyari niyan, baka isang supplier na lang or dalawang supplier. So that would result to failure of bidding. Especially, this would be procured through shopping, di ba? So pag ganon, ang mangyayari dyan is failure of bidding and madidelay yung procurement ninyo. And it will not also attract competition kasi mangyari is baka ano siya, yung konti lang yung makaka-bid niyan, no? Because yun nga, hindi available yung mga stocks nila, yung lahat ng colors that you require from them. So if you want to maximize the competition, then you want to do it by color, then so long as that is your intention and you are not thinking of circumventing the law, then that would be allowed. nandyan siya, no? It will not be considered as splitting of contract. Okay, that is for the guidelines on splitting. And then we will proceed to the next, which is also in the general guidelines and Annex H. And it also has its counterpart na section. Ano bang section tong brand names? Yan. Kasi we have always heard about reference to brand names. Ano tong brand names? Under Section 18 of the IRR, yan, nabanggit yung brand names na yan, no? And nasa, ano din yan, nasa general conditions din. Brand names, what does Section 18 tell us about brand names? Specifications daw for procurement shall be based on the relevant characteristics, functionalities, and performance requirements. Yan. Reference to brand names shall not be allowed. That's the general rule. However, there is an exception to that, except for items or parts that are compatible with the existing fleet or equipment of the same make and brand and will maintain the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment. Yan. So, hindi talaga pala siya absolute, no? Na no brand names is allowed. Ito siya, lumabas tong, actually nung una hanggang no brand names is allowed, period lang yan, no? Pero the GPPB, upon of course the feedback coming from different government agencies, revised this requirement, nilagyan nila ng exception. Kasi mahirap naman, it would be yung tawag nating hindi siya realistic if you procure something na huhulaan ng supplier kung ano yung gusto ninyo, no? Like for instance, you would be circulating this request for quotations from to the suppliers and then sasabihin, nakalagay lang doon is ink, color yellow. Siyempre, yung supplier magtatanungin kayo niyan na, sir, ano ba to? Para saan to? Sabi niya, secret, kasi hindi pwedeng mag-mention ng brand. So, ang supplier naman, secret pala sir. So, lagay ko dito Epson. Yun pala, ang inyong printer is HP. So, that would be sayang, no? Na effort, as well as if you would award that to that supplier, then baka sayang lang din yung pera na nabili natin. Hindi pala match doon sa ating existing equipment or existing na like that example, existing na printer. So, pag ganun, inallow natin ang use of brand names. Yon. So, this rule shall also apply to component of infrastructure projects and consulting services. Kasi nga daw, gaya sa mga repair, meron daw incompatible na, halimbawa, pintura, no? Ang pintura na ginamit dyan is, say, Boysen. Tapos, lagyan mo ng ibang pintura, no? Meron daw iba na natutuklap siya because of this incompatibility. So, yon, if just make sure na alam mo yung na pintura dyan or na-apply dyan, and you will be doing that to continue, no, yung yung ating patuloy yung ating performance noong pintura na yon, no, and that it will not affect the paint or what. So it can be applied also to the goods component of infrastructure projects and even consulting services. Okay, the next one is delegation of authority. Yan. Walang corresponding section to sa ating IRR, even the law, but this is allowed under the general conditions of the IRR. So, the conduct of shopping, negotiated procurement under emergency cases, small value procurement, lease of real property and venue may be delegated to an end user unit or any appropriate bureau, committee, or support unit duly authorized by the Bids and Awards Committee through a resolution approved by the HOPE. Ayun, may mga conditions yun sa delegation of authority. First is, we may delegate under these modes of procurement. Limited siya. Ibig sabihin, hindi sa lahat ng modes of procurement. You can only delegate for shopping, for negotiated procurement emergency cases, for small value procurement, for lease of real property and venue, and for direct purchase of petroleum, oil, and lubricants, and airline tickets. Yun lang. Yung 5 lang na yon. No? And then number 2, na requirement dyan is it should be authorized by the Bids and Awards Committee. Okay, authorized siya, but it has to be documented through a resolution. Yan. Authorized by the BAC through a resolution. Dapat may expressed na authorization. That is by way of a resolution. And that resolution is approved by the head of the procuring entity. Yun ha. So limited siya to this 5. May resolution approved by the head. And if you have that, then you can delegate the authority to conduct shopping. Bakit in-include natin si shopping, sir? Sa delegation of authority. Let us look at the nature of shopping. Di ba? Hindi shopping na yung dalawang klaseng shopping yan. Ang shopping na nire-refer dito is shopping under Section 52.1A. And of course, kasama din pala si B, no? So, dahil itong shopping by urgent siya, due to urgent nature. So, pag tinawag na, sinabi nating urgent nature o kailangan na kailangan, unforeseen contingency nga, yun yung pangalan niya, no? So, by that reason, then we can delegate it. Kasi, syempre, kung dadaan pa yan sa Bids and Awards Committee, then that would take time. And since time is of the essence, no, kasi unforeseen siya, wala namang effect sa life or property ito na kung hindi mo bibilihin, then may mamamatay. But urgent siya, no, because of the urgent circumstance. So, we can delegate this procurement activity to a specific end user or itong unit or even itong appropriate bureau. Yan. To expeditiously deal with emergency sought. So, for ano lang to ang nakalagay kasi sa delegation of authority is for section 52.1A only. Nakalagay sa ating Annex H for shopping A. And then, yes, shopping A. While for shopping B, pwede na nating i-delegate yan, no? Sa ating appropriate bureau committee, no? Then we also have section 53.2, which is emergency cases. So, di ba, kung merong emergency, by its nature also, kailangan na you have to attend to that immediately so as to prevent the loss of life or property. So you can also delegate this function. As well as itong small value procurement. So pareho lang yan ng shopping B, no? Kailangan din yan siya na ma-address ka agad for efficiency and economy. So you can also delegate this. As well as lease of real property and venue. And direct purchase of petroleum oil, lubricants, and airline tickets. Yan yung mga panggasolina natin sa day-to-day sa ating mga vehicles in the LGU. Okay. So that's for delegation of authority. We move on to the next condition or general conditions. Itong PhilJEPs. Yan. So Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System. Yun. Sabi dyan is bidders are mandated to register with PhilJEPs and provide the PhilJEPs registration number as a condition for award for the following modes of or for the following modalities. So, this is, ang counterpart nito is nasa section 54.6 of the IRR. Ganyan yung pagkasabi niya doon, no? What does that mean? Ang ibig sabihin niyan is itong registration number na i-require natin sa mga supplier is just the organization number or the registration number for them being a red member ng PhilJEPs. Kasi sa PhilJEPs, meron tayong dalawang klaseng membership. We have the red and the platinum. Yun. So, in this case, what is required for alternative methods of procurement, generally, is only the red membership. Yun, number, no? And this is yung tawag nating organization number. So, may mga agencies, ang daming mga, not agencies, but yung mga suppliers who are asking na, Sir, hindi nire-release yung payment namin of this certain LGU because hindi daw kami platinum member. Tapos, ang una kong tanong sa kanila, anong yung mode of procurement ninyo? Sir, ano lang naman yun? May catering lang kami sa kanila, no? Tapos, how much was the amount? Mga 10,000 lang, sir. Tapos, ngayon, sir, it would be impractical for us to upgrade to platinum because, yun nga, one-time engagement, tapos 10,000 lang. So, sabi ko, anong hinihingi? Platinum daw, sir. Sabi ko, hindi kailangan si platinum. Ang kailangan dyan is just your red membership. Registered na ba kayo sa PhilJeps? Sabi nila, yes, sir. Registered na kami sa PhilJeps and we already have a organization number. Sabi ko, yan lang ang ipapakita ninyo sa LGU. Tapos, may mga ibang agencies din na, sir, nasabihan na namin yung LGU pero hindi sila naniniwala. Kasi daw, ang pagkalagay daw sa section 54.6 is registration number. So they were thinking of the platinum na certificate of registration number. So some suppliers really raised this issue sa GPPB, and the GPPB gave their response to that under NPM number 141-2017. Ano ang sagot ng GPPB? Ang nagtanong ito is Sinor and Nick Catering Services. So sabi ni GPPB, issue kasi dito is clarification on acceptability of red membership for purpose of participating in procurement undertaken through small value procurement or under section 53.9. Sabi ni GPPB is only the PhilJeps registration number is required. The PhilJeps registration number is required. So what is the PhilJeps registration number? Sabi niya no sa kanyang explanation doon, the PhilJeps red membership and its corresponding organization number. Ibig sabihin pala, sir, yung aming red membership, meron kaming organization number and that number is being referred to as itong dito sa condition for award. Sabi ng supplier, and yes, that is the answer of the GPPB. So for us also, what we would require from them is their organization number as shown in their PhilJeps registration red membership. And if they have that, then we require this before award and pwede na silang ma-awardan ng contract through alternative methods of procurement. But for the case of limited source bidding, in the case of itong negotiated procurement to failed bidding, the certificate of registration is still required. Kasi actually, kung titingnan mo, tatlo yung lang nagre-require ng certificate. Public bidding, negotiated procurement to failed bidding, at limited source bidding. Yun. All the rest, pwede na yung registration lang with PhilJeps. Okay? And then provide their number to you. Next, advertisement. Yan. So, advertisement and posting of procurement opportunity. Isa to sa mga frequently asked questions. Sir, when do we advertise at PhilJeps? If it's above 50,000, sir, required na ba kami mag-advertise? Yan siya, no? And that is the usual misconception natin. Kasi ang tinitingnan natin yung ABC. What we should consider is not the ABC, but the mode of procurement. Yan, ang mode of procurement natin. Kasi every mode of procurement, meron siyang set of rules and regulations. So kung yung mode of procurement na yan would require you to post in the PhilJeps website and advertise, then you post and advertise. If it doesn't require you, then ito papasok siya. Itong ating tawag dito sa general conditions na or general guidelines rather na advertising and posting of procurement opportunity. Ang corresponding section nito is section 54.2. Yan. Ano nakalagay sa section 54.2? For alternative methods of procurement. For alternative methods of procurement daw, the procuring entity may dispense with the advertisement in the newspaper and posting requirements is prescribed under Section 21.2.1. Ano yung nasa Section 21.2.1? Number 1 is posting in the conspicuous place reserved for the purpose in the premises of the procuring entity. Yan yung una, no? Yung sa inyong bulletin board. Ang pangalawa dyan is posting in the PhilJEP's website and the agency's website if available. For how many days? Nakalagay sa Section 21.2.1 for 7 calendar days. That's the general rule. However, if you resort to alternative methods of procurement, you may dispense with daw advertisement. Ganun ba, sir? Pwede na palang hindi kami mag-advertise? Yes. So long as yung mode of procurement ninyo is not among this, yung 5, no? Na nakalagay sa screen ninyo dyan. Because in the same section, nakalagay din doon that merong word na however. However, for back, through its secretariat, they shall post the invitation or request for submission of price quotations, proposals in the PhilJEP's website, the website of the procuring entity concerned, if available at any conspicuous place, reserved for the purpose for at least 3 calendar days. And sabi doon, if your mode of procurement is or falls under limited source bidding, shopping. Pag sa shopping, meron yan nakalagay na ABC. Sabi doon, for ABCs above 50,000, you are required to post that. And for Section 53.1 or 2, failed bidding, yan. And then Section 53.9, small value procurement. Again, merong nakalagay doon na for ABCs above 50,000. And for NGO participation also. Yan. So, kung ang inyong mode of procurement would fall under this 5, then you are required or mandated to post it in the PhilJEP's website. Yon. So aside from posting sa PhilJEP's website, you are also required it to be posted or to post it rather sa conspicuous place reserved for the purpose. But this time, it's no longer for 7 calendar days. Ang nakalagay sa requirements nito, sa general guidelines nito is 3 at least, no? At least 3 calendar days. Okay. Pag pinost ninyo ng 3 days, okay. 4 days, okay. Kasi at least ng 5. At least requirement. Okay, that's for advertisement. Now, for transparency requirements, meron pong ipinalabas ang GPPB na circular. GPPB Circular number 01/2021. The subject for this is transparency, accountability, and good governance in government procurement process. So all procuring entities are reminded of the transparency and accountability requirements under RA 9184. Nire-remind tayo lahat, no? That we have these transparency requirements under the law and under the resolutions issued by the GPPB. Yon. We are also reminded na if we have this tong mga social media platforms, no? We can also post this in or post our advertisement in these platforms. While PhilJEP's is the primary source and repository of information on government procurement, official websites, such as your websites kung meron kayo, and social media platforms maintained and used by the procuring entity shall serve as the secondary source of critical information, procurement information. And for this purpose, agencies under the executive department and also for LGUs, no, encourage tayo yan, that do not have social media platforms should establish one para ma-post natin doon. Yon. Okay, that's for GPP Circular number 01/2021. Okay. Part of the general guidelines is we should procure at the most advantageous price for the government. Yon. In all procurements, the procuring entity shall ensure that it gets the most advantageous price for the government and to ensure that the objectives and purpose of the contract do not constitute unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, unconscionable expenditure. Yan, nandun yun sa general guidelines, no? Narinig ko na to, sir, itong unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, unconscionable. Nandyan yan sa ating COA, no, na mga circulars. I don't know if I got it correctly. It's COA Circular number 2012-03. Yun. No, kung meron tayong ginawang unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, pwede tayong ma-question dyan. No? And itong circular na to, so saan ba to galing? Meron yan siyang corresponding section, Section 33 of PD 1445 or State Audit Code of the Philippines, that the COA can issue a disallowance if your procurement is unnecessary, extravagant, excessive, and unconscionable. And saan din to galing? Meron din yung constitutional provision actually, no? That the expenses of the government should make sure na hindi tayo excessive, hindi extravagant, unconstitutional, unconscionable, and unnecessary. Yan. So let us make sure na okay, yung binibili natin might be done through the correct procurement process, but yun namang intention nito is medyo excessive siya or extravagant siya o baka ma-findings tayo niyan. Next is posting of award. Kasi may dalawang klaseng posting, no, sa ating requirement ng ating batas. The first one is posting of the advertisement, which is required before undertaking all the necessary steps and processes of a certain procurement mode. And then the other one is posting of the award. Yan. Di ba may mga principles of procurement tayo under Section 3? And remember, under Section 3, we have the principle of public monitoring and we have the principle also of transparency. Yon. So if we want to comply with these principles, we also have to we have to also to post the award. Because when we post the award, the public, the general public will be able to monitor the procurement process and the transactions that we've had will also be made transparent. They will know whom we award the contract to. And so, ang requirement under the corresponding section pala nito is itong section 54.3, no, of the IRR. Though nasa general guidelines siya, may corresponding yan na section doon, no? So, ang requirement is to post the NOA, the Notice of Award, the contract, in case we executed a contract, but normally for alternative methods of procurement, it's just the purchase order. So, we also are required to post that, including the notice to proceed. Yan, if necessary, no? And it shall be posted within 10 calendar days from their issuance. Take note of the 10 calendar days kasi pag titingnan ninyo yung section 54.3, wala yon. It did not mention of the 10 days. But if you read the general guidelines, nandyan siya, no? That within 10 days from its issuance, you have to post this in the PhilJobs website, the website of the procuring entity, and a conspicuous place reserved for the purpose. Yan. But in the section and in the general guidelines under Annex H, hindi naman lahat, no, required tayo post or else ang dami-dami nating ipopost. Ang nakalagay lang doon is for ABCs with above 50,000. Yan. Paglampas tayo ng 50,000, then we have to post our award. Yan. Ano ko lang, stress ko lang, no, award ang ipopost. Okay. As to advertisement, we have already discussed that and it's under section 54.2. Okay? Sige. So next, again, under itong additional transparency requirements of post-award, information of procurement projects, yon. Requirement yan that we should post the documents and requirements in the PhilJobs website, in the agency official website, and in the social media platform natin. Yan, may mga social media platform. I-post din natin yan doon. Okay. Next is itong yan, transparency requirements for procuring entities. meron tayong mga invitation to bid daw natin, no? Request for submission of price quotations should be posted in the PhilJobs website, the conspicuous place reserved for the purpose, or our bulletin board, and the procuring entity's website, if any. And then if there are extension of deadline in shopping, di ba? Kasi under the rules for shopping, you can extend it 3 times. Yun. No? So you have to post it in the PhilJobs website, in a conspicuous place, and the procuring entity's website, as well as the NOAA contract purchase order, including the NTP, if it's above 50,000. So additional to na requirement. No, we have already had this mentioned in Annex H, but under GPPB Circular number 01/2021, this was reiterated and included as an additional requirement. Yon. So, PhilJobs website, conspicuous place, procuring entities website, if any. And last is itong notice of suspension of the conduct of procurement activities. Under Resolution number 09/2020, the Bids and Awards Committee can issue a notice of suspension or suspend the procurement activities, no? If they see that doing the activity would endanger their mga office mates or endanger the personnel, no? Because of ito nga yung ating pandemic, pag i-continue nila yan, magkakaroon ng hawaan, so they can issue a notice of suspension for that reason. Okay, so timeline of submission of documentary requirements. Again, itong ating Annex H, meron siyang requirements under Appendix A. Yan. Huwag ninyong tingnan yung mga requirements under public bidding, no? Kasi that is requirements under public bidding. Yung mga requirements na yon, pwede nating gawing guide, especially pag limited source bidding and negotiated procurement to failed bidding. Dun tayo, titingnan natin yon, and then we select whatever is relevant, no? Yung mga requirements na mga eligibility under Section 23-24, as well as the documentary requirements under Section 25. But for alternative methods of procurement, ang titingnan natin is Appendix A ng Annex H. Sasabi ko kanina, itong Sections 48 to 54, Rule 16, may sarili siyang IRR. Ito si Annex H. And si Annex H, may sarili siyang appendix. Tawag dyan, Appendix A. Yan. Sa Appendix A, may mga documentary requirements. We will mention that later, no? Once we discuss individually the modes of procurement. So, meron yun. Yun siya ngayon is meron siyang time kung kailan natin siya ipapasubmit. Okay? Meron siyang, but we have to specify this. We have to include this in our RFQs, or request for quotations, or request for proposals. And then, in doing so, we have to state there when will we require this documentary requirements. Yan. So, kailan ba yung submit nila? Normally, kasi, di ba, pinaspa-submit natin during submission of offers. Can we do that? Yes. Yeah, but we can also tell them to submit it during the evaluation of offers, or even before the issuance of notice of award. Pwedeng ganon, no? Depende yan sa atin. But when we do require this, we have to tell them when they are required to submit it. Okay. Next, itong panibagong meron tayong guidelines na in-issue last year to make our procurement efficient. And this is through Resolution number 09/2020. And this resolution made amendments to the sections and provisions of the IRR. Ano yung laman ng resolution na to? 09/2020. Yan. Una, ito tatlo lang yung na-mention dito, pero actually merong 5 points na sa 09/2020. Number 1 is maximize existing government procedures, and that is the second point there in the slides, no? And then number 2 is itong tinatawag nating they are allowed to submit procurement documents, even electronic bids, through email or facsimile. Yan, meron niyang pangalawa yan. And then pangatlo is the use of alternative methods of procurement. Yung mga unauthorized OSS or Omnibus Sworn Statement, unauthorized bid securing declaration, unauthorized performance securing declaration. That's the third point. And the fourth point under this resolution is cancellation. Pwedeng mag-cancel or terminate ang ating procurement activities ang ating Bids and Awards Committee. And this is a new resolution added to the existing section 35. So now meron tayong 35.6 that without prejudice to section 35 of the 2016 IRR, the BAC upon consultation with the end user shall be allowed to cancel and or terminate the conduct of procurement activity for any justifiable reason. And the fifth point under this resolution is we can dyan, nakasulat yung suspension of the procurement activities. Pwede nating isuspend yung procurement activity natin. For such reason na pag merong mga kagaya ng pandemic, gano'n, kaya nito ngayon, and then it will, you think, or the back thinks na continuing with the activity would endanger the personnel in the office. So, pwede nila yung i-suspend yung activities. So, what am I saying is, we should take advantage of this resolution. We should take advantage of these updates, and amendments to our IRR, because by doing so, it makes our procurement efficient. Mas maganda siya, mas mabilis yung ating transactions because of this. Ito na lang maximizing existing procurement activities. If we review and revisit our circulars before the pandemic, we have already circulars issued, na like for video conferencing, we have resolution number 24/2018, which was issued last December for 2018. 2018 pa, December pa pala, allowed na tayo nung una na to use video conferencing and similar technologies in the conduct of meetings and in determination of quorum. So, pwede tayong may ganon. Pwede nating i-maximize yon. And the other one is use of digital signatures. Pwede tayong gumamit ng digital signatures. And these are already resolutions and mga policies issued by the GPPB even before the pandemic. It was done through resolution number 16/2019, dated July 17, 2019. Yan, So, let's maximize this para yung ating procurement activity, despite of these mobility issues, despite of the lockdowns, despite of the quarantines, pwede pa rin tayong maging efficient and we can still continue on with our procurement activities. Okay, so I think the next part is knowledge check. Knowledge check muna tayo, Ma'am Jo.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. So now we will be flashing series of knowledge check questions. So at this point, may
Wala
we request...
yatang boses, ma'am. Naka-mute po yata.
Naka-ano na? Hello?
Wala kaming
Ayan. Okay. Narinig ako, sir.
Hindi nakakarinig.
Show of thumbs up nga po kung naririnig po ako loud and clear. Okay. Thank you, sir. How about you, Sir Ton? Okay na po yung audio?
Ako lang yata. Baka yung aking headphones.
Sige, sir. Thank you po. So, we will be flashing series of knowledge check questions. So, at this point po, may we request the participants to answer through the Zoom chat box po. Okay, sa Zoom chat box tayo magsasagot po. Okay? So, the first to correctly answer these particular questions through the Zoom chat box will receive once again a special token from the GPPB TSO. Okay, so ready na po tayo. May I request our technical team to flash the questions po sa ating Zoom chat box. Okay na kayo. Okay, the question is, the conduct of the following mode of procurement may be delegated to the end user unit or any other appropriate bureau, committee, or unit duly authorized by BAC through a resolution approved by the HOOP, except A. Lease of real property, B, small value procurement, C, two-field bidding, D, emergency procurement. So is it A, B, C, and D? So again, the question is, the conduct of the following mode of procurement may be delegated to the end user unit or any other appropriate bureau, committee, or unit duly authorized by the BAC through a resolution approved by the HOPE, except lease of real property, small value procurement, two-field bidding, or the emergency procurement. Okay, so majority, they answered letter C. What else? C, C. Okay. So to our Facebook Live viewers, good morning po again. You may also participate po by dropping your answers in the comment sections. Okay, Sir Ton, I think we already have the majority answer po sa ating Zoom chat box. So let us see po if that is the indeed correct answer. Letter C, two-field bidding.
Okay, ang answer nila is two-field bidding, no? Again, ang sandali lang Ma'am Jo, ha? Two-field bidding or letter C, and that is the correct answer. Okay. So, remember kanina, di ba, na-discuss natin yan kanina na under the general guidelines, no? There are 5 na mga modes of procurement na we can delegate it to our end user. And ang wala lang yata dito is si shopping. And may isa pa, yung kanina natin na na-discuss. No? So the right answer here is two-field bidding. Correct po sila, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay. So the first Zoom participant who answered the correct answer po na two-field bidding is from Municipality of Caguait, Miss Rosalie Capadonga. Okay, thank you ma'am and congratulations po sa inyo. And for the rest of Zoom participants, congratulations din po dahil naka-perfect tayo. Thank you po. So let's proceed, Sir Ton.
Okay, thank you Ma'am Jo. Yan. So yung isa pala, no, aside from yung isa sabi ko shopping, and the other one is yung petroleum, oil and lubricant. Yan. Yun yung 5 na pwede natin delegate. Okay, next is we'll now go to each of the modes of procurement and then we will discuss the conditions, the procedures. Ito specific na tayo. Specific requirements, specific conditions, and procedures for all the alternative methods of procurement under Annex H. Yan. Usually, may mga issues tayo, no, with complying with the requirements of COA. May mga documentary requirements din sila under sa 2012-01. Merong ganun silang inisyo, no? But remember, yung COA circular number 2012-01 is I think was overtaken by itong ating mga Annex H which was issued in 2016. So we'll probably wait for the amendment to the circular of COA para ma-harmonize natin, no, kung ano yung mga requirements as well as documentary requirements for procurement of alternative methods of procurement. Yan. So there are 5 methods of procurement or alternative methods of procurement mentioned under the law, and we have the limited source bidding under Section 49, direct contracting Section 50, repeat orders Section 51, and then shopping Section 52, and negotiated procurement Section 53. But ito po sila ay meron silang mga variants. Parang ano, no? Para to palang COVID, no? May variant, no? So si shopping may dalawang variant. We have shopping A under Section 52.1A and Section 52.1B, yung pangalawang variant niya. While for negotiated procurement, we have 14 variants. Imagine, Ang dami. So we have to be familiar with all the variants or the other modes of procurement under Section 53 para tayo we can, di ba, ang objective natin kanina is to for us to have this broad na selection and broad knowledge, and in the end we'll be able to choose the most appropriate mode of procurement for our procurement activity. Yan. So the first one is limited source bidding, and we'll start with this under Section 49. Limited source bidding is also called selective bidding. Yan, selective bidding. This involves direct invitation to bid by the procuring entity from a list of selected, pre-selected suppliers and consultants. So the challenge here is to come up with this list. Yan, pag ating mode of procurement is limited source bidding. So we have to have a list of pre-selected suppliers or consultants. And then the procuring entity may undertake this LSB or limited source bidding for goods and consulting services. And then they may use only limited source bidding, no? Conditions, may mga conditions yan, yung nabanggit ko kanina, this type of procurement if they will be procuring a highly specialized type of goods or consulting services such as yung mga defense equipment, mga navigation equipment or air navigation equipment, mga complex na mga systems. Yon. If their procurement would fall under that, then they can adopt or resort to this mode of procurement. Okay, the next one is if they will procure major plant components, which is this is the most appropriate mode, no? Kasi only a few or itong mga limited yung ating mga qualified bidders. If we want to maintain uniform quality of our plant as well as the performance of the plant. Yan. And then procurements usually fall under this modality are procurements of mga currency ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Pag binibili nila, di ba? Very specialized yan. Like the banknotes. I've read yesterday na yung atin daw banknotes will be made of plastic later on, no? So pag plastic siya, mas mas maganda kasi mas resistant siya sa mga environment. And then pwede mo pa daw ma-recycle. So pag bumili tayo nun, it's highly specialized. Yung mga paper and banknotes na yan. So the Bangko Sentral may use this mode of procurement for their procurement of paper to be used as banknotes. And then for mga defense equipment of the Department of National Defense, yun, pwede rin nilang gamitin to. So those are the examples, no? And then how do we come up with the list? Yan yung issue. Yan yung tinatawag nating challenge, no? So pre-selection is based on the capability and resources to perform the contract, taking into account the experience and performance or similar contracts, then the personnel, the equipment, the manufacturing facilities, and even the financial positions. Those will be the criteria that we have to take into account. And then the next one is we can use a pre-selected suppliers doon sa website ng GPPB. No? Meron na doon nakalagay, may listahan na sila, and this can be found under this URL, http://www.gppb.gov.ph/pre-selected suppliers.php. Yan. So meron nang na mini-maintain doon na pre-selected list. And this is periodically updated by the GPPB. Of course, asan galing yan? From the mga mga relevant government agencies and experts, no, on itong mga technical na mga requirements and yung mga technical na mga procurements. Yon. So who prepares the pre-selected list? As I've mentioned, no, this would come from relevant government agency experts in procurement concern. And in the absence, pwede naman it would come from us, the procuring entity, through the back, of course, through the assistance of the technical working group. There's actually an appendix for this, no? Nasa appendix 12, yung medyo mas detailed, no, na procedure on how to come up with the list. Just download a copy of the latest IRR, and it's an appendix 12, which this indicates the pre-selection procedures in the conduct of limited source bidding. Yon. Okay, we now proceed to the next, which is section 51. Direct contracting. Yan. Ano ba si direct contracting? Isa ito sa common na mga modes of procurement natin, no? Kung kanina hindi common, ito common to, direct contracting. Kasi ito si direct contracting, yung tawag nating single source procurement. So under this modality, the supplier is simply asked to submit a price quotation of pro forma invoice together with the conditions of sale, and the offer may be accepted immediately. So it does not require elaborate bidding documents, and the offer, pwede lang diretso, no? After a simple negotiations, you may accept it. Ano ba mga procurements na usual na ginagawa natin under direct contracting? Of course, yung ating light and power. Di ba? So, diretso tayo sa kanila. So, that is direct contracting. And it's applicable only to goods. Yan. Goods lang to, ha. And hindi pwede tayo mag-direct contracting ng building or ng consulting services. And then, ang mga conditions nito ay first is if the items of proprietary nature. Yan, meron siyang mga patents, may mga copyrights, no? Proprietary siya, trade secrets. So, pag ganon, we can use this mode of procurement. And then for critical components, yan, mga critical components, specific with the specific suppliers, then we can use also this. And for items sold by exclusive manufacturer, yan. Yan yung parati nating naririnig pag nag-direct direct contracting tayo. Exclusive siya, sir. Merong siyang certificate of exclusive daw siya. Daw siya, no? Pero tingnan natin yan kasi marami na pong naku-question dito sa mga exclusive na yan, because this is subject to, number one, no other supplier selling it at a lower price. Baka yung document ninyo is exclusive to a certain area only, no? Or exclusive siya na supplier, and then meron pang ibang suppliers na naka-obtain ng the same goods and it's selling it at a lower price. And then baka, no, another condition to assess whether exclusive ba siya is no suitable substitute can be obtained at a more advantageous terms to the government. So there is a case, no, na dito sa direct contracting na yung 3M, if I remember it, no? Ito daw si DFA pala, Department of Foreign Affairs. Sabi nila, sir, ang the only ano natin na pwedeng direct contracting is itong si 3M. But when they asked GPPB, so okay, direct contracting na ba to? Diretso. So the GPPB told them that they should first conduct a market survey, and upon doing so, they learn that there is a suitable, may mga substitute to that, no? Kasi itong 3M, meron siyang yung technology daw na binabase yung passports na magnetic or RF. I think it's RF, radio frequency, na pag idaan mo yung passport, the information will be automatically read by your console or computer and will be shown to your screen. So, mabilis, kumbaga, no? But akala ni DFA that time is only 3M can provide this technology. Pero upon doing the market survey, meron palang iba. So careful tayo pag exclusive manufacturer or dealer, we have to conduct a market survey to know, no, kung siya lang ba talaga. Okay, as to documentary requirements, I've mentioned this earlier na itong ating IRR or Annex H, meron siyang Appendix A. And in the Appendix A, the documentary requirements for direct contracting includes mayor's permit, field jobs registration number, and income or business tax returns if the ABC is above 500,000. Yon. As to procedural guidelines, anong dapat nating gawin na proseso sa direct contracting? Yan. As mentioned earlier, we should make sure that there's no other suitable substitute for this. And we can do that by preparing a market study, a market survey. So the end users shall conduct a survey of the industry to determine the supply source to justify the need to procure through direct contracting. Meron talaga dapat tayong proof, no? Na wala talagang ibang sellers selling at a lower price and walang ibang suitable substitute. And then after that, after we have conducted the market survey, then we can now proceed with the price quotation. So, saan ba i-redistribute ng price quotations? Isa lang siya, then ibigay mo sa kanya, no? And then we do some simple negotiations if we can adjust the price because, di ba, sa general conditions, dapat i-consider natin parati na we are procuring at the best possible price for the government, no? Most advantageous price for the government. And then the BAC shall recommend the award of contract to the head of the procuring entity once we have successfully negotiated with the supplier. Okay, next is section 41 or repeat order. So pag repeat order, okay ka, satisfied ka sa order mo una, gusto mo na lang ulitin, so repeat order. So procurement from previous winning bidder, whenever there is a need to replenish the goods procured under contract previously awarded through competitive bidding. Yan, dapat competitive bidding yung ating unang procurement na conduct yan, no? So, maraming mga agencies na mga LGUs na gumagawa nitong repeat order, but just take note na merong mga conditions ito. And this is, of course, applicable only to goods. We cannot repeat order buildings or mga consultants, only for goods. Now, what are the conditions rather for repeat order? Number one, na-mention na yan kanina, no? When we define repeat order, it should be done if the original, it can be resorted to if the original contract was awarded through competitive bidding. Ibig sabihin, dapat competitive bidding yung original na ginawa, no? And then you can only apply repeat order if it's through competitive bidding. And then number two is same or lower unit prices than those in the original contract. Same or lower unit prices than those in the original contract. So titingnan natin yung original contract done through competitive bidding. If pareho lang yung prices and same lang yun siya, then okay, we can proceed. And then no splitting of contracts, requisitions, or PRs. Yan. And then availed within 6 months from the date of the notice to proceed. Yan. So it should be availed now within 6 months from the notice to proceed, arising from the original contract, provided that there has been partial delivery, inspection, acceptance of goods within the same period. And then, not to exceed 25% of each item in the original contract. So, kaya, diyan papasok ngayon yung last condition, which is it should be quantifiable and divisible and consisting of at least 4 items. Dapat at least siya 4 items for it to be divisible and you can obtain 25% of it. No? Kasi kung tatlo lang, halimbawa may binili kang tatlong items, say refrigerator, can you get 25% of that? Meron bang 25% ng 3? Nasa less than 1.75 siguro, no? Meron bang refrigerator na hatiin mo yung refrigerator para mabili mo siya, no? It should be quantifiable, divisible, and consisting of at least 4 units per item. Yon. That is the conditions. Now, take note nung kanina na na-mention natin na meron tayong 6-month period. So, yung 6-month period na yan for repeat order may be undertaken anytime within the 6-month period, yung sabi natin kanina. But what is the reckoning date niya, no? So, it should be reckoned from the contract effectivity date, which in no case shall be later than the 7 calendar days from the issuance of the notice to proceed. So, yan na nga sabi dyan. It should be reckoned, no, based on non-policy matter opinion number 003, this 2010, 7 calendar days from the issuance of the NTP. Yon yung contract effectivity date. And then, if such mode of procurement has been duly approved by the HOPE, upon recommendation through a resolution by the BAC that all conditions for resorting thereto have been complied with, and the previous winning supplier has been notified thereof before the lapse of the said period. So, tingnan natin yung 6 months. Baka na-notify yung supplier after the 6 months. So, hindi na pwede yon, no? There should be a resolution by the bank resorting to this, and the resolution should also contain the conditions, no, and have been complied with, and there is proper notification for our bidder or yung supplier, no? Kasi supplier na siya, and then magre-repeat order ka nga lang dito. Okay, that's for 003-2010 NPM. And next is shopping under Section 52. Sa shopping, no? Under Section 52. Ito, pinaka-common. Sa lahat ng common na modes of procurement, ito na ang number 1. Kasi, ito yung binibili natin dito ay mga readily available off-the-shelf goods or common use supplies and equipment. Teka sir, common use supplies and equipment, di ba dapat bilhin yan sa procurement service? Yes, but ang nakasulat po sa section 52.1b, if it is not available at the procurement service, then you may resort to this mode of procurement, shopping. Kaya siya common. Okay. Una is, it is done by way of just circulating requests for price quotations and obtaining price quotations from suppliers. And then this is procured directly from suppliers of known qualifications. And it's applicable to goods. Hindi pwedeng mag-shopping ng infrastructure projects, no? And then, ang conditions niyan, merong dalawa. Depending on what you would resort to. For shopping A, there should be an unforeseen, no, contingency requiring immediate purchase, while for shopping B, this is for regular office supplies and equipment, or supplies or commodity or materials which are necessary in the transaction of official business and consumed in day-to-day operations. Yan. So, documentary requirements, nasa Appendix A of Annex H, for Shopping B, meron tayong Mayor's Permit and PhilJEP's registration number. So, let's try to compare the two, no? Yung Section 52.1A or Unforeseen Contingency, and the other one which is for regular office supplies and equipment. So, according to what is presented to you in the slides, there, pag shopping A, merong unforeseen contingency, no? Ibig sabihin ng unforeseen, hindi mo na anticipate, hindi mo nakita, hindi mo na expect na merong pagkukulang, merong pangangailangan, yan, no? That you are required to purchase it immediately. In contrast with the emergency cases, walang danger to life or property dito. Walang declaration of state of calamity. Walang issue on delivery of public service. Ang dito lang is you are there in the, procurement, the activity or your office activity, and then you discovered na, wala palang ganito, kulang pala ng ganyan, no? And then you need to purchase that. That is for shopping A. So there is a threshold for this, and we will discuss that later. And in contrast with shopping B, Sa Shopping B, alam mo kasi ito ay regular siya na binibili natin sa opisina. So procurement of ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment not available at the procurement service. The only condition here is it's not available at the procurement service. So what does this mean? We have to check first with the procurement service, no? Kung available ba siya o hindi. Yan. Kailangan i-check muna natin kung available ba siya or hindi. Now, sir, kung available siya, then you cannot resort to Shopping B. Yan. So, anong gagawin mo? Bibilin mo yan sa procurement service kasi nga available doon, no? So, if it is not available, then that's the time you resort to Shopping B. So, paano natin malaman, sir, na available ba yan or hindi available? So, we go to the itong ating procurement service website and then check if the item is available or not. Yan, no? Tapos, pag nandoon siya, then doon natin bibili natin sa procurement service. Pag wala, then what will we do? Kasi hindi na daw nag-i-issue ng SINAS ang itong procurement service natin, no? So, merong pinalabas na GPPB niya, no? Under Resolution number 17-2020. Yung the title is Approving the Streamlining of Procurement of Common Use Supplies and Equipment Items from the Procurement Service. So, nakalagay doon if wala nang hindi na nag-issue ng SINAS, di ba, or Certificate of Non-Availability sa Procurement Service, so the GPPB now allows procuring entities to procure CSE items without the need of securing SINAS, sabi dyan. And what the agency needs to do is just to check whether it's available in the website of PS, and if it is not available, the procuring entity shall keep a record of proof of unavailability of the CSE. So, kung check nila, tingnan nila sa website, kung wala doon, hindi available, so pwede nilang screen capture yon or screenshot yun siya or they print the website. At of course, dapat you can show in the printout that yung specific date and time when you access that, no? So, ganun siya. If you have that, then you can proceed with Shopping B. Okay. So, yan yung ating, and as to, yan, latest update. Oy, nauna yata yung discussion ko pala, no? The CSE item, yan, yung sinasabi ko kanina. Resolution number 17-2020. Okay. As to thresholds, ano yung threshold for Shopping A and Shopping B? Yan. For national government agencies, ayan, 1 million, no? Lalaki para sa national government agencies. For Shopping B, 1 million. For Shopping A, 200,000. Let's look at for thresholds for LGUs. For LGUs, yan yun, no? For provinces, 200,000. This is for Shopping A, for unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. It's 200,000 for province, city, or municipality. For municipality, it's just 100,000. And for barangay, the limit is 50,000. And so on. No? Depende yan siya sa classification ng LGU. So, the lower the class, the lower also the maximum amount for Shopping A. And for Shopping B, pag first class yung ating province, pareho din sa ating national government agency, which is the threshold is 1 million. So, ibig sabihin, pag probinsya kayo, first class, or city kayo na first class, then you can procure through Shopping B up to 1 million. And if you are a municipality, you can procure up to 200,000 and so on, no? In the case of barangay, again, it's same as Shopping A na 50,000 lang siya. Okay. Then, procedures. What are the procedures for Shopping A and Shopping B? For Shopping A, as simple as just giving out an RFQ directly to the supplier with known technical, legal, and financial qualifications. Take note of this, na hindi lang pwede na ibigay lang natin kahit sinong supplier. Dapat tingnan din natin na meron siyang technical capability, may legal capability siya, at may financial capability siya, no? So, yun, yung ating mga, as to what documents we would require, wala pong nabanggit sa ating Annex H, but we can refer to the documents required under public bidding, like pag sinabi nating technical, may technical capability ba siya? So titingnan natin ang mga projects niya. Meron ka na ba mga projects na gawa or mga goods na deliver of the same kind or same nature, di ba? Legal capabilities niya, at the very least, meron ka bang business permit, meron ka bang SEC registration, financial qualifications niya o kanyang contracting capability, meaning meron ka bang patingin nga ng assets mo, ng liabilities, no? Salin, yung kanyang financial statements. You can have that as your means of determining financial qualifications. And then, after that, we send out one RFQ. And one RFQ also will suffice. Sir, kailangan pa ba ito i-post sa PhilJeps? Ibalik ko yung tanong sa iyo. Kailangan pa ba? Unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase yan. No? Immediate yung purchase. Pag pinost mo yan sa PhilJeps, hindi mo na ma-address yung urgency ng need. So, that is not required, of course, to be posted PhilJeps website. Sir, legal basis, section 54.2, di ba? You may dispense with posting. Provided na yung 5 modes of procurement required ang posting. Okay. And yan, this is required sa shopping B. Shopping B, 52.2B, the bank shall send RFQs to at least 3 suppliers. No? Maui, do you have any questions po? Okay, naririnig po kayo via Facebook Live, buong Pilipinas, naririnig yung conversation ninyo. Anyway, please, paki-ano lang, baka napipindot natin yung mic. Naka-Facebook Live po tayo, sir, ma'am. Paki-ingat lang po na ma-unmute yung mic. At baka meron kayong secret na pinag-uusapan dyan. Magiging trending yan sa Facebook. Anyway, next. The bank shall send RFQs to at least 3 suppliers of known qualifications and at least 3 price quotations must be obtained. So unlike sa shopping A na hindi requirement ito, di ba? Okay. Next, knowledge check. Uli tayo, Ma'am Jo.
Okay, Sir Ton. Thank you po. So, reminder lang po, may we request our participants to please keep our microphones muted po throughout the entire sessions to maintain clarity during the lecture. And aside sa sinabi ng ating resource speaker, naka-live po tayo sa Facebook. Baka may mga secret po tayo, okay? At mag-trending nga. Anyway, let's proceed with the knowledge check. So for our second knowledge check, we'll be flashing through the Zoom polling pictures po. And all you have to do is choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed in our screen right now. Okay, so our question is, in case of shopping 52.1A, the bank shall send the request for quotations to at least 3 suppliers of known qualifications and at least 3 price quotation must be obtained. Is it A, true, B, false? Okay, so again, to our live Facebook Live viewers, you may also participate po by dropping your answers in the comment section. So, sinecheck po namin yan para po malaman natin na may nabigay din po tayong knowledge during the lecture po. So, but again, I will repeat the question po. In case of shopping 52.1A, the bank shall send the request for quotations to at least 3 suppliers of known qualifications and at least 3 Price quotations must be obtained. Is it A, true? B, false? Kakasabi lang po ng speaker po natin yan. Yan na po ang clue. Okay, so while waiting po, Sir Ton, sa majority na sagot po ng ating mga participants. Okay. Upon checking, sir, majority answered letter B, false. So it's 53% answered false and then 47% naman po answered true. So may we know, sir, if this the indeed correct answer po?
Okay. Hindi lang siguro nila na-confuse lang siguro sila siya sa number, no? Yung section 52.1A. Yan. So, the answer should be false. Kasi sa section 52.1A refers to unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. So, pag ganun po na unforeseen contingency, kailangan po talagang i-address yun kaagad, no? And we do not have time to really distribute price quotations to 3 suppliers. So, kaya ang rules dito is one quotation will suffice and one distributing it to one supplier will also suffice. So, the answer is false. Remember, may dalawa yan, letter A at letter B. Baka nagmamadali lang silang mag-answer, Ma'am Jo. Kaya ang napindot nila is true yung iba, no? Kasi 47, kinabahan ako parang kalahati, almost half.
Yes, oo nga, munti ka na, Sir Ton.
Kaya nga. So, remember basta shopping A, unforeseen contingency. Pag shopping B, regular office supplies and equipment.
Okay. Let's proceed na po.
Thank you for that knowledge check. Maganda na meron tayong knowledge check kasi this will validate if the participants is really listening and nakukuha nila yung ating mga discussion. So I know na our participants is hindi lang focus dito sa training na to, no? Kasi because of this ating new normal, kung minsan pinagsasabay-sabay mo yung mga trabaho, nakikinig ka, nag-webinar ka dito sa isa, nag-attend ka sa later on, no, this will it will help us sa ating procurement na hindi tayo makaka-receive ng mga disallowances or mga suspensions or AOMs. Because if we did not follow the procedures as stated in the this IRR, then our COA may issue a notice of suspension, disallowance, or AOM for it being irregular. Remember na dapat yung proseso, yun dapat ang gagawin natin for the mode of procurement that we have chosen or we have resorted to. Yun. So, ingat lang din tayo sa pagsunod because kung titingnan ninyo, parang may mga similarities siya, di ba? May mga similarities, 3 price quotations. Later, I'll be discussing itong small value procurement, yan, and then itong list of real property and venue, na kung titingnan ninyo, para pareho pala siya, tatlong price quotations, i-distribute natin. But in reality, meron silang mga unique procedures na dapat nating sundin and mga unique rules that we have to abide with, no? So we have to take note of that para pag in the end, we will be following the correct rules, correct procedures, and our procurement will not be considered as irregular. Pag irregular yan, ibig sabihin, pwede kang ma-question or ma-disallow dyan. Okay, let's start with itong different kinds of negotiated procurement. We have 14 types, no? And we will discuss this one by one. The first one is section 53.1, two failed biddings. Yan. Itong two failed biddings ay applicable for goods, infrastructure services, or projects, and consulting services. Yan. Bakit siya applicable sa tatlo? Because we cannot proceed with two failed biddings if we did not conduct competitive bidding in the first place. We can only resort to this if we have had two failure of biddings through competitive bidding or limited source bidding. Pwedeng competitive, pwedeng limited, and that is for the second time na nag-failure tayo, then we can proceed with this. Yan. So, every time that we have a failure of bidding, dapat magkakaroon tayo ng mandatory review of all the terms, specifications, and conditions. And if necessary, we can adjust our ABC up to maximum yan is 20% based on the last failed bidding. But if ever we adjust, then we have to secure first funding for that. Baka nagsige na tayong adjust ng ABC, yun pala wala tayong budget for that, no? Make sure that you also have a corresponding budget, no, to add to your existing ABC. Or else, hindi din siya ninyo ma-award kasi kulang yung budget ninyo. Okay, when are the instances where itong two failed biddings is considered under and we can resort to this mode of procurement? First, if the failure of bidding was declared being that there are no bids received. And walang na-receive na bids, no? All prospective bidders were declared ineligible and all bids failed to comply with the requirements or failed post-qualification, or in case of consulting services, there was no successful negotiation. Yan. And single largest calculated or single or lowest calculated and responsive bidder, highest rated bidder refuses without justifiable reason or cause, no, to accept the award of contract and no award was made. Remember, itong mga conditions na to, nasa section 35 po yan ng ating IRR. No? And this is the reasons when the BAC may declare a failure of bidding. Yon, under section 35. Okay, how about, sir, if ang declaration ng failure of bidding was not based on section 35? Pwede bang mag-declare ang hope ng failure of bidding? Yes, under section 41. Section 41 is entitled Reservation Clause. And under that section, the hope can also declare a failure of bidding. What are the conditions when the hope can declare failure of bidding? If there is prima facie evidence of collusion, nagkukollude lang pala yung mga BAC, mga personnel ninyo at yung mga bidders, no? Yeah, that merong yung act nila defeats competition. If the BAC failed to have found to have failed to follow the prescribed bidding procedures, o kailangan may posting, walang posting na ginawa. So si head, pwede niyang i-declare failure of bidding yon. And if the award of contract will not be beneficial to the procuring entity and the government because of some conditions like the budget was withheld, merong mga technical requirements na change, and yung mga ibang mga reasons, justifiable reasons, those are the areas where the hope can declare a failure of bidding. And if it is declared by the hope under section 41, then we cannot proceed sa resort to two failed biddings. We cannot proceed on this mode of procurement. It has to be that the failure of bidding was declared by the BAC under section 35, under the conditions mentioned earlier. Yan, mga conditions na yan, no? So, pag na-declare niya under those conditions, then we can, and two failed bidding na, then we proceed to this. Each time may bidding tayo as if restart, no? Rebid. From the start, talaga siya. So, ganon. So, una, pag kadalawang beses na yan, then we can, or the BAC can issue a resolution recommending to the hope the mode of procurement that they want to pursue would be to fail bidding. Yan, pero na, no? Pagkatapos ngayon, magkakaroon ng mandatory review. Check ninyo, bakit nag-failure of bidding? Baka meron tayong specifications na hindi siya akma, no? Or the suppliers will not be able to comply with this specification. Sa aming case, example, kami nagpa-bidding kami recently ng passenger van, and unfortunately isa lang yung yung tawag niyan, nagkaroon kami ng 2 failure of bidding and even a failed negotiations, negotiated procurement, because yung aming pag isa lang unit ang binili mo, walang interested bidder gaano, no? And then that's number one problem. And number two, when we asked them during our itong negotiation meeting, sabi namin, sir, anong problema? Bakit hindi siya nagbibid or hindi sila interested? Oh. Sabi nila is, yun daw palang delivery time namin, parang short. Oh. Tapos meron ding issue na yung aming bidding documents is too expensive daw, no? So, we have to adjust to this para tayo to attract more bidders to compete with us. And later, when we adjusted it, yun, nagkaroon kami ng marami-raming mga supplier base, no? Maraming naging interested, and maraming nag-participate. So, this is how critical or how important mandatory review is. That is to check whether the specifications is okay to attract more bidders, and it would be feasible ba, no, yung inyong mga specs, as well as the price also. And if it's the price, baka masyadong mura, then you can adjust it up to 20%. But then again, I would remind you that every time you adjust, there should be a supporting appropriation ordinance or budget for that. Baka nag-a-adjust lang kayo, wala na palang budget para dyan. So, hindi din yun siya feasible. And then, after the review is the preparation of the RFQs or the bidding documents. And then we invite at least 3 suppliers. Now, ang invitation yan, 3 suppliers. But if only one will submit a price quotation or best and final offer, then it would be sufficient, no? And then the award of contract will be done after. Okay. Now, as to this mode of procurement, observers shall be invited in all stages. Yon. Next, section 53.2, emergency cases. Yan, emergency cases. Ito isa sa mga uso ngayon dahil dito sa pandemic, no? Last year, pag-declare ni President na meron tayong state of public calamity. Yan. So, everyone was really revisiting and reviewing the guidelines on emergency cases, because pag may public calamity, di ba pwede yan, no? Yan yung mga conditions yan. There is an imminent danger to life or property. So again, in contrast with unforeseen contingency, walang imminent danger to life or property doon. But for emergency cases to be resorted to, there should be an imminent danger to life or property during a state of calamity. So merong declaration of state of calamity. Dapat, no, by a competent authority or a state of calamity before the this declaration should be done before the procurement undertaken may be the procurement activity may be undertaken. And then number 2 is there is that time is of the essence element, no? Arising from natural or man-made calamities. Kailangan i-address because of itong natural or man-made calamities. So, ganun siya, no? And then number 3 is other causes that where immediate action is necessary to prevent damage to or loss of life or property or restore vital public services, infrastructure facilities, and other public utilities. Yon. So in this case, itong may mga instances, no, na yung kailangan immediate action. Merong immediate action tayong gagawin to prevent damage or loss of life. Like what we have right now, itong pandemic, no? Pwede itong may mga situations or instances where itong mga conditions natin na nabanggit dyan may be applied to include provisions of immediate response and even initial recovery steps. Yan. Sinabing initial recovery steps, then yung mga preventive na mga steps to avoid loss of life, injury, disease, and other negative effects of human, physical, mental, social well-being, together with damage to property, destruction of assets, loss of services, social and economic disruptions, and environmental degradation. So itong allowing this is um, um, included in GPPB Resolution number 03/2020. Yan. So pwedeng mga initial recovery steps to avoid loss of life, no? Injury and other negative effects on human, physical, and mental well-being. Yan. Okay? Next. Yan, procedure na tayo, no? And reminders for that. The procuring entity should consider appropriate timing of or proximity of the time between the actual procurement activity to be conducted and the emergency sought to be addressed. Ito, tinitingnan to kasi mamaya yung nagkaroon ng state of calamity ilang araw na, emergency ka pa rin ng emergency, di ba? Tapos meron ng, kumbaga na, hindi na yung timing niya is hindi na siya kailangan na mag-resort ka, hindi na urgent yung transaction, but still you resorted to this. So take note na pwedeng kayong ma-question dyan, no? So when the reason or the cause of the emergency has already been abated and the adoption of the competitive bidding shall be considered. Yun. So wala na, abated na, tapos na yung emergency. So you should also consider other modes of procurement, including of course public bidding. And then when the ground is based on imminent danger to life during a state of calamity, there must be a declaration of by a competent authority of the state of calamity before any procurement undertaken is done. Yan. How about the documentary requirements for this? Nasa Appendix A of Annex H. Una, mayor's permit. Pangalawa, pickup license. Pangatlo, NFCC or net financial contracting capacity. If the ABC for the project is above 500,000. And you should also require the income and business tax returns if the ABC is 500,000, above 500,000, and an omnibus sworn statement if the ABC is above 500,000. Yun. So yun yung mga requirements natin, no? Nasa Appendix A of Annex H. Okay. So ano mga latest updates? Marami mga updates na lumabas because of the declaration of state of public health emergency. So ano yung mga updates na yan? We had Resolution 03/2020, efficient, effective, and expedient procurement procedures. So this was issued last March 9, 2020, no? In view of the declaration of state of public health emergency throughout the Philippines because of this COVID-19. And then it provided updates on the procedures of negotiated procurement emergency cases, specifically Section 53.2. So it allowed inclusion of items urgently needed to address the COVID-19 situation as part of the common use supplies and equipment, no? As requested by the Department of Health to expedite emergency purchase of said items and to ensure its prompt mobilization and delivery. So, kumbaga, kinonsider yung mga nasa listahan dito sa 03/2020, kinonsider yung mga items na binibili ng Department of Health as common use supplies. So with this, ito pwedeng ibenta na ng procurement service. And if, of course, if it's not available, the procurement service, we can do it also through shopping. No? Parang ganon. No? So it made our procurement efficient with this resolution. And then, yan, this resolution also allowed the adoption of yung mga efficient and effective procurement procedures like we can dispense with the required written confirmation by the Hope in the use of negotiated procurement emergency cases. Kasi nung una, kailangan meron talagang written confirmation ng Hope. Meron na ngang emergency, so pwede na munang i-dispense with yung kanyang confirmation. And then number two, as I've discussed earlier, this may be delegated to specific bureau, specific committee, or specific na office. No? And then provision of immediate response and initial recovery steps. So, pwede na. No? Yun yung mention natin that the immediate response in initial recovery steps to avoid loss of life or injury or disease. Injury, disease, and other negative impacts may be considered under these emergency cases. And then inclusion of list of real property and venue, kasama dito sa emergency cases, and inclusion of COVID-19 items in the list of common use supplies and equipment. Yun, nasa 03-2020. So how do we procure through emergency cases? Meron tayong as easy as 4 steps and medyo maliit yan dyan. Hindi natin nababasa yan dyan. So let us proceed to the next slide. Mas klaro dito. So emergency cases is applicable to goods, infrastructure projects, and even to consulting services. Yan. And then, ang ating guidelines nito is we have first a purchase request. Dapat may request from the end user through PR. And then revision of the APP because even if, sabi natin, sir, emergency to sir, dapat wala ng posting. Yes, pwede yan. Pero APP sir, pwedeng wala ng APP. Hindi pwede. Kasi di ba under section 7.2, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with an approved annual procurement plan. So, dapat meron pa ding APP. So, gagawin lang is we revise the APP and validation of the available budget for the purpose. Baka walang budget. Paano ka mag-award kung walang budget, di ba? So, yon, you have to update, revise the APP, and then after which you proceed with the direct negotiation. Yan. You can delegate this, di ba, to a certain office or certain person even. So, pwede. Then, magkakaroon siya ng direct negotiation with legally, technically, and financially capable supplier. Kaya importante, no, that we have to maintain a register of suppliers, not a list of accredited. We cannot accredit a supplier, but at the minimum siguro, meron tayong register. Sino ba yung mga suppliers natin? Because yung mga suppliers natin, na-validate na yan natin, di ba? Meron na silang technical, may legal, may financial capability na sila. So, dun sa list na yon, pwede yon kunin. Hugutin lang natin yon at from there, we directly negotiate with the supplier. And then, after which, we recommend the award. No? Magkakaroon na tayo ng award dyan. So, yan yung ating proseso. Okay. And then, to updates kasi meron tayong batas na ipinalabas na itong RA 11525 known as the Vaccination Program Act of 2021. Yon. So, anong implication nitong law na to, RA 11525 sa ating emergency procurement? Yan. What is the objective of this resolution issued by GPPB? It is actually to kumbaga, to clarify, no, how do we go about this implementation of RA number 11525. So the objective is to expedite the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines and ancillary services or other goods and services necessary for storage, transport, deployment, administration of COVID-19 vaccines. Yan. Kasi itong COVID-19 vaccine, meron siyang mga requirements such as yung mga freezers or mga low temperature, sub-zero, below zero, no? Negative 70 degrees centigrade ang Pfizer. And then all others is nasa negative yan lahat. And kailangan talaga meron tayong storage facility for that. And we also have this transport facility who would allow na yung kanyang temperature would be maintained. Or else this will be damaged or spoiled and sayang siya, hindi magagamit, no? So, isa yan. And then, deployment and administration also dapat na-studyhan din yan, no? So, yan yung objective nitong resolution na to. And it is applicable to COVID-19 vaccines procured through the Department of Health and the National Task Force Against COVID-19. And so the ancillary supplies and services or other goods and services necessary for the storage, transport, deployment, and administration of COVID-19 vaccines as defined by DOH. Meron siyang definition ng kung ano yung mga storage facility, anong transport, ng deployment nito, no? So that would now be our basis in procuring ancillary supplies and services. Yon. So, yan. Ano ba ang mode of procurement? Pag bumili tayo ng mga ancillary services and this vaccines rather. It will be through negotiated procurement emergency cases. Yun ang sabi ng resolution na to, no? Yan ang ating modality to be reflected in the annual procurement plan. And number 2, the procurement may commence without an approved annual procurement plan. So, pwede muna na walang annual procurement plan, subject to validation of funds for the purpose and submission of the approved annual procurement plan prior to payment. Yan. So, hindi sabihin dyan na wala ng APP talaga. Pwede kang mag-start without an APP. May, ang sabi hindi yan siya na hindi na tayo mag-APP. Meron pa ring APP. You may start it without an approved APP. But before payment, dapat meron ng approved APP. Again, that is in compliance with Section 7.2 of the IRR. No? Okay. Next is documentary requirements under negotiated procurement emergency cases shall not apply to COVID-19. So yung Appendix A ng Annex H, hindi yun siya mag-apply, no? As this will be determined by the DOH and NTF in their negotiations. On. So medyo yun, in-exempt mo na, hindi mo na yun kasali. So it's for DOH and NTF, this will not apply. Advance payment may be made up to the full cost of the contract price if the same is required by the supplier, manufacturer, distributor, and or service provider. Yan. So, as to itong resolution number 06/2021, may mga posting requirements na mention doon. Like, it should be posted in the GPPB portal in a conspicuous place. Yan. What should be posted is the ABC, the name and the details of the procured vaccines, the name of the supplier, the amount of advance payment if there are, because they are allowed to make advance payment, and then the amount of awarded contracts also nandoon, no? And this should be posted within 30 calendar days or 30 days after the execution of contract. So the procuring entities should comply with the posting requirements. Ito, no? And ito yung mga posting requirements na required dito. Okay? So, again, we'll now move to the next knowledge check. Ma'am Jo, knowledge check ulit tayo.
Yes, Sir Ton. Thank you po. So for our third knowledge check, so this time po yung knowledge check po natin shall be answered through the full picture po. So, okay. Question is, in negotiated procurement under emergency cases, the BAC may directly negotiate with the supplier, contractor, or consultant with technical, legal, and financial capability to deliver the goods, execute the works, and perform the services to address the emergency. Is it A, true, B, false? So again, in negotiated procurement under emergency cases, the bank may directly negotiate with the supplier, contractor, or consultant with technical, legal, and financial capability to deliver the goods, execute the works, and perform the services to address the emergency. Is it A, true, or B, false? Okay, so may mga nagbabago po ng sagot. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so Sir Ton, majority answered letter A, true, 90%, and 10% answered false naman po. So, may we confirm the correct answer po?
Yes, I'm happy. At least 90% na sila, no? So, tama po yung sagot natin. True. The answer is true. Siguro yung 10% na confused lang because I was always mentioning that you can delegate it. So, who can delegate it? It's the bank because it's the duty of the bank to directly negotiate with the supplier in case of emergency cases. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Ton.
Thank you. So, ito na yung kumbaga yung last na ano natin no na before we have our final na knowledge check later. So, you still have a chance no kung kanina medyo nasa ano tayo medyo hindi tama yung na-answer natin. There's one more chance after this series ng slides natin. Okay. So, please listen. Yan. Negotiated procurement, takeover of contracts. Yan. This is another mode of procurement under negotiated procurement or Section 53. It's applicable to goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. From the word takeover, pag sinabing takeover, yung unang nag-implement niyan ay nagkaroon ng problema and probably because of that problem, na ano siya, no? Hindi siya na continue or na terminate yung kanyang kontrata. So if meron tayong termination ng contract noong una because of probably na default or meron mga issues or concern, then we can have this be taken over with another supplier. Yan. So ano ang ating procedural guidelines yan, no? We just have to invite a short list of suppliers. So pwede nating i-award, no? Doon sa second lowest calculated bid or highest rated bid at the said bidder's original price. And then on the next, if the next negotiation fails, then we can invite at least 3 suppliers or contractors to submit bids and negotiate starting with the lowest calculated bid or the highest rated or responsive bid. Yan. So, itong applicability nitong takeover contracts pwedeng sa goods. So, halimbawa, merong dapat na delivery na 100 na items. Tapos nag-partial siya, nagka-deliver lang siya ng 50, hindi na siya naka-deliver ng the rest of the 50. So, pwede mo yan siyang i-terminate muna and then have that be taken over na yung contract niya, no? So, dapat talaga may termination dyan or else we will just have to impose liquidated damages until the delivery is complete. Pero kung na-terminate mo na, ibig sabihin wala na. You're not no longer giving chance to that supplier to comply, no? And you can have this be awarded to the second lowest calculated bid. And ang i-award mo, hindi yung lahat, ha? Yun na lang remaining na portion, noong undelivered portion niya, no? Okay, this is also applicable to infrastructure projects, as well as consulting services. Yun. Okay, that is for takeover of contracts, and the requirements for takeover of contracts under Appendix A of Annex H is dapat merong mayor's permit, professional license, field jobs registration number, pickup license if infra, and NFCC for infrastructure projects. And then dito sa adjacent and contiguous, no, meron din tayong another mode. Pag sinabing adjacent, magkatabi, di ba? Or contiguous. So, where the subject contract is adjacent to an ongoing civil works. The important word here is ongoing. Dapat ongoing siya, no? Civil works or consulting services where the contractors, consultants have unique experience and expertise to deliver the required service. So, it's applicable to infrastructure projects and to consulting services. Yan, applicable siya dito sa dalawa. And the conditions are that the original contract was a result of competitive bidding. So, parang repeat order, na pwede mong award doon sa same supplier for adjacent and contiguous, parang ang repeat order siya, di ba? Except that at this time, dapat meron siyang magkatabi talaga siya, or adjacent siya. Yun ang pinaka-condition dyan. No? And then number 2 is kung hindi magkatabi and subject contract has similar or related scopes of work. Example niyan, 3-story building, dagdag ka lang ng isang story. Kasi nagkaroon ka ng another funding for that. And then you can identify the cost of yung mga previous na contracts for each story. Then and then the work is still ongoing. Pwede mong i-award sa kanya. Okay, next condition is within the contract capacity of the contractor. O, di ba? Meron silang mga contracting capacity, mga ARCC. And then the documents required, like the pickup license, yan, meron din sila. Covered din. No? So, conditions also for the adjacent and contiguous is in determining the SLCC or the single largest completed contract, and the net financial contracting capacity or the pickup license. So we have to take note and consider this, that the sum of the value of the remaining works for the existing contract and the ABC of the contiguous or adjacent work shall be considered. Ibig sabihin, yung existing niya, kasi ongoing pa yan, kukompute mo ngayon kung yung kanyang SLCC, NFCC, and yung pickup license, yung ongoing na existing, plus yung gagawin mong contiguous or adjacent. No? Pag hindi pa siya nag-exceed sa mga yon, then okay, you can proceed. And then another condition is same prices or lower unit prices as the original contract. Yan, less mobilization cost. Kasi similar nga, so dapat same lang din yung prices niya or even lower if possible, no? At of this original cost. And next is itong ABC of the contiguous or adjacent work involved does not exceed the contract amount of the ongoing project. Baka mas higher pa, no? Yung kanyang contiguous or adjacent kaysa dito sa ongoing na project. So, hindi siya, if that will be the case, then it will also violate yung previous na na-discuss natin na same prices or lower unit prices. Okay. So, ang point lang dyan is it should not be higher than the existing or ongoing contract. Then, no negative slippage. Yan. Of course, we will be awarding to the same supplier and wala nang ibang mga tinitingnan dito, no? Immediate siya. So dapat we should also check whether that supplier is worthy to be awarded the contract. So we can do that by siguro tingnan natin yung kanyang performance, di ba? So yung performance niya, whether meron ba siyang mga negative slippage, meron ba siyang mga works na hindi nagawa on time. So magiging basis natin yon, no? Na if ever marami siyang negative slippage, then bakit pa natin i-award sa same contractor? Sakit sa ulo yan. So kung walang negative slippage, walang delay, then we can continue on. And yon, ito pinaka-importante. The negotiations shall have commenced before the expiry of the original contract. Since the definition says that it should be an ongoing contract, so dapat yan, ang ating negotiation should be done before the expiry of the original contract. Yon. Okay. Next is agency to agency. Yan. Agency to agency, meaning government to government. So, procurement from another government agency, such as mga servicing agency natin, no? And a very good example of this is itong ating procurement service, which is mandated to procure for the entire bureaucracy. Yan. So, applicable tong agency to agency for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. The conditions are that the procuring entity shall justify that entering into an agency to agency with a servicing agency is more efficient and economical to the government. Yan. So number 2 is servicing agency has the absorptive capacity to undertake the procurement project. Yan. So tingnan natin, no, kung kaya ba niya i-undertake. And then the servicing agency owns or has access to the necessary tools and equipment. Mamaya yung servicing agency na yan, wala siyang required tools or equipment. So, hindi pwede, di ba? So, mga examples nito is yung mga projects ng, halimbawa, merong project ngayon si isang agency, tas binigay sa inyo, sa LGU, no? So, siya, on his part, pag agency to agency ang kanyang mode of procurement, then check niya ngayon if you as an LGU has the absorptive capacity. Kaya ba ninyo i-undertake yung project na yon? And then, meron ba kayong mga necessary tools, no? So, tingnan natin. Libo, infrastructure yon at ipapa-implement niya sa inyo. Meron ba kayong mga equipment dyan, no? To implement it. Yun yung mga titingnan ni agency niya na magpapa agency to agency sa inyo. Okay. So, subcontracting in this case is not allowed. Yun. So, kung agency to agency siya, ang expected niyan is ikaw ang agency ang mag-implement. Hindi na isa-subcontract mo lang din to another. Hindi na yan agency to agency. Magiging ano na yan, parang procurement agent na yan. No? It's not a mode of procurement now, but it is allowed under Section 7. So, parang ang gagawin yan is procurement agent. So, kumbaga, kayo yung magpapabid para sa kanila. So, hindi yan siya agency to agency. Pag agency to agency, based on this mode, kayo talaga yung mag-i-implement. No? So, say for instance, may goods na gagawin, kayo yung gagawa. Kami, we have entered into this agreement with one LGU. Yung may pinagawa kaming mga display racks for procurement service depot. We have learned that there's this one LGU na gumagawa ng ganon. They have the facility and then they are they have this program and they are really manufacturing or fabricating mga ano ngayon, school desk and mga itong tables. So we also ask them if they could prepare for us or fabricate for us itong shelves. And then sabi nila, yes sir, we can do that. So nag-agency to agency kami. But in that case, hindi nila yon sinasubcontract. Sila mismo, meron silang programa na ganon sa LGU. Okay. So for infrastructure projects, the servicing agency must have at least a track record, no, of a completed project or a supervised project by administration or by contract, similar to or within a cost of at least 50% of the project at hand. Yan. So, kung ganyan yan, wala na, diretso. No? Ang guidelines niyan is just for the end user to justify to the back that they would resort to an agency-to-agency procurement, and this would be more efficient and economical to the government. So once there is already that justification to the back, the end user shall secure a certificate, no, from the relevant officer of the servicing agency that the latter complies with the conditions. Yun lang. So secure nila, no, pag LGU, hingihan kayo ngayon na yan, yung mga conditions kanina na banggit natin is kaya ninyo, may absorptive capacity kayo, meron kayong mga equipment na ganon, no? So, yon. And then, after that, the back now shall issue a resolution recommending to the head of the procuring entity to enter into an agency-to-agency agreement. Yan. And the hope now shall enter into a memorandum of agreement with the servicing agency upon approval of the back resolution or back recommendation. Yun. So, wala na. Hindi na natin consider yung iba. Diretso na sa inyo. Kasi government to government lang naman to. No? Okay. Okay, next is negotiated procurement, emergency, scientific, scholarly, artistic work, and exclusive technology and media services. Yan. Previously, itong section na to, section 53.6, ang title is procurement agent. But now, nilipat na nga siya sa section 7. So, hindi na siya mode of procurement. So, ang pumalit is itong scientific, scholarly, or artistic work or exclusive technology and media services. In the past, no, before this procurement mode was introduced, nahihirapan yung mga agencies natin. Each time they would require the services of yung media. Halimbawa, meron silang ipa-advertise na kanilang no, or may pagagawa silang advertisement. And yun nga, konti lang naman yung mga suppliers o mga gumagawa nito. So, ang mangyari is nahirapan sila kasi kung small value yun nila, konti lang nare-receive nila ng mga responses, quotations. And because of that, yan, nagkaroon ng feedback sa GPPB, and this was now included as a mode of procurement. No? So kasama dito ngayon yung mga work of art, no? Paggawa na painting, may mga commission work such as artist, no? Mga singer, performers, poet, writer, painter, sculptor, mga ganon na mga skills na hindi naman unique masyado yan. So, pag ganon ang ating ipoprocure, then we procure it through section 53.6. Mga scientific, academic, scholarly, or artistic, scholarly work or research, and even legal services, we can procure it through this. And highly specialized life-saving medical equipment, no? Kasi hindi naman lahat, no, ng mga mga sellers ng medical equipment merong mga specific technology na nire-require to save lives. So, pwede siyang i-procure through this method. Mga scientific, technical, economic, business, trade, or legal, journal, magazines, papers, subscription, and or exclusive statistical publications and references, mga legal journals, mga legal mga books, no, mga ganon. So, mga subscriptions natin, so mga ganyan, no, pwede nating ipasok dito sa section 53.6. Okay, this is especially true sa mga SUCs and sa mga DOST, no, sa mga research arm natin, So, kailangan din nila na makasubscribe dito sa mga journals na to in order to further their research. And then, media documentation, yan yung nabanggit ko kanina. We often do that, no? To, of course, as part of the advocacy of a certain program, we have to prepare it in such manner that it will be easily understood by the public. Yung mga infographics, mga ganon. Usually, wala tayong mga personnel dyan, no? Na merong skills and merong technical ability to prepare one. So we can procure this through Section 53.6. And construction or installation of infrastructure facility where the material or equipment or technology under proprietary right can only obtain from the same contractor. Yan. Okay. Mga infomercials natin, no? Pwedeng i-procure through this. Di ba? Meron na tayong ganda nung infomercial ng Department of Tourism ngayon, no? Na siyempre, ang ating pandemic is medyo nagsuslow down na. So we have to also consider our tourism sector. So yan siya. So yun lang. Even if na we allow itong mga tourism activities, mga resorts, no, from operating, we should also be mindful of our actions, no? What I mean by mindful is nandiyan pa rin dapat yung mga distancing, mga face mask, gano'n. Kaya doon sa infomercial, I really appreciate yung infomercial na yon kasi despite of yun, nasa beach sila or what, naka-face mask pa din, no? Or yung iba naman, they go to places, meron pa rin yung minimum na preventive natin na measures in spreading this pandemic or this virus. And okay, as to documentary requirements, nasa Appendix A ng Annex H. Mga kailangan dyan is mayor's permit, professional license, in case of consulting services, PhilJEP's registration number, and then income or business tax returns for ABCs above 500,000. Yon. Next is the procedure on how to do this. So, paano ba gagawin to, no? Una, magma-market survey ka muna, market study by the end user to justify na walang ibang mga suppliers dyan and then ito yung pinaka-appropriate na method to use, no? So, yan. So, in the market survey or market study, you now search for probable sources wherein which you would be having the contract, no? Next is the study should confirm whether that supplier or contractor or consultant could be undertaken at the most price. Okay, yon, advantageous terms and price. And then the market study must be parang na-silent talaga, no? Nakikinig. So, makinig din ako sa mga background na mga ano ninyo. Anyway, next is the market study must be conducted prior to the commencement of the procurement process. And of course, because in the market study, we would determine the probable sources of the goods or the infrastructure consulting services that we would require. So, dapat that should be done prior to the commencement or the start of the procurement process. And then the next step is to, the BAC will now undertake negotiation. Yan na yung pangalawa dyan. Direct negotiation with the supplier, contractor, and or consultant. But again, let us remember that we should negotiate with technically, legally, and financially capable supplier. Though wala tayong talagang parang doon sa public bidding, no? Na yung meron siyang specific na kung ano yung mga eligibility daw requirements, ano yung mga post-qualification requirements. Medyo pagdating kasi sa alternative methods of procurement, binigyan tayo ng elbow room to decide on what documents we would require, except for those na nasa Appendix A, in determining the technical and legal financial capability of the suppliers. But that doesn't mean na we will not be conducting itong yung parang assessment whether they are really technically, legally, and financially capable. So, ganun siya, no? And then the contractor or consultant based on the technical specifications, scope of work, terms and conditions. But ito ay balik ko lang din na careful lang din tayo sa ating pag-technical, legal, and financially capable assessment natin ng supplier. Kasi mamaya, we are now kumbaga, hindering itong competition or competitiveness. So, mamaya sa sobrang daming requirements mo, wala nang magpa-participate kasi kumbaga naging hassle na sa kanilang part. Kasi yes, they may have these documents but to submit this to you, everything, and on this date, baka naging sobra na, no? Pag gano'n naman, then that will now defeat competition. So, ang pinaka dyan is balance. Balance natin, no? For me, if you ask me, I would say na kung nasa Appendix A ng Annex H, then suffice na yon. And if you would really require additional documents, then you can do so, but wag naman pasobrahan, no? At the minimum, yun siya. Pero kung meron kayong i-add, then siguro just to verify and to really validate itong legal, technical, and financial capability nila. Okay, then after the negotiation, the BAC now shall recommend to the head of the procuring entity the award of contract. Yon. And then we go to the next mode of procurement, highly technical consultants. Ito, common din to. No? Procurement of consultancy contract involving an individual consultant who is found to be legally, technically, and financially capable after negotiation. So pag ganito, itong mga conditions na to ang kailangan. That the work involves highly technical or proprietary or primarily confidential or policy determining. Mga or yan, take note. Or pwedeng highly technical, pwedeng proprietary, pwedeng primarily confidential, or policy determining. So where the trust and confidence of are the primary consideration. Yan. So, trusted mo yan siya, gugunin mong consultant because siya yung alam mo na kayang gawin yan. No? So, pwede. So, the term is at most 6 months basis, renewable at the option of the appointing authority or the head of the procuring entity. But in no case to exceed the term of the latter. Yan. So, pag ibig sabihin, in no case the term, it would exceed the term of the latter if the appointing authority mag-e-end kagaya next year. So, ang ibang mga appointing authority kasi magkakaroon ng election or mag-e-end yung term nila. So, pag ganon, dapat yung kanilang itong mga highly technical consultants must not also exceed that. Okay. But sir, what if na due to COVID-19, no? Huwag naman sana yung appointing authority na dedo. O, paano na yun, sir? Yun din bang consultant na yan will also cease to be a consultant? O, hindi naman kasi meron na siyang contract, di ba? So, hindi naman yan na take into account, no, na yung nag-exceed siya sa kasi yung kontrata niya is na execute yun siya without considering na mamamatay yung appointing authority. So, yung kumbaga kung ano yung normal na natin, kung yung kanyang tenure will end on December, then dapat yung highly technical consultant will not exceed that. Kung namatay siya November, then natatapos pa rin yung kontrata niya hanggang December. But of course, hindi na ma-renew kasi the primary determining factor here is trust and confidence. Okay. As to the requirements, documentary requirements, we have mayor's permit, professional license, and field jobs registration number. Yon. Then, meron tayo na naman dito, no? Defense Cooperation Agreement. Yan. So, this is, ang condition nito is para to sa Department of National Defense. O, hindi kasali si LGU nito. Mamaya, meron kayong mga inyong mode of procurement, Defense Cooperation Agreement, hindi po pwede kasi DND ang condition dito. It's the DND or the Secretary of National Defense. Yan. Deemed it necessary to protect the interests of the country. So the DND now directly procure with an entity of another country with which the Philippines has entered into a DCA. Yan. So, Defense Cooperation Agreement. And then, expertise or capability required is not available locally. Mga examples nito, yung pagbili, meron tayong mga bagong helicopters, no? Yung mga Black Hawk natin na helicopters, yung mga ating biniling mga firearms, mga Glock from Austria yan. So, yung mga binili nating mga ammunitions, I think we have recently bought a ship, no? Yung surface to air na merong capability. And then, procurement requirements are included in the AFP modernization program, so previously approved by the President. So, this is applicable for goods and consulting services. So what happens here is that DND directly negotiate with the supplier, and yun siya, no? Ang sabi dyan, the first is Secretary of National Defense deemed it necessary to protect the interests of the country. Direct negotiation will address compatibility, interoperability, and sustainability. Yan. And then prospective bidders had fully and satisfactorily implemented a contract of the same item with the DND, and prospective bidder shall provide performance security. Yan. And then, next one is small value procurement. Yan, isa din sa mga common. Next to shopping, I think is small value. Bakit next to shopping, sir? Small value. Tingnan natin ang definition. Kasi, ang definition yan is, these are procurements not covered by shopping. So, kung hindi shopping, small value. Yun yung iniisip ng iba. Kaya, this is the second most common na mode of procurement. Okay, this is applicable to goods, infra, and consulting. Ibig sabihin, sir, sa shopping kasi goods lang, no? This time, pwede na palang infra, pwedeng consulting, yes. And the threshold is 1 million for NGAs, UCCs. I think we have discussed the threshold for shopping B. For shopping B, pareho lang sila ng threshold sa small value procurement. It's a catch-all, kumbaga, na method of procurement. No? Itong small value procurement. Okay. And then, ano bang procedures niyan? No? The bank shall prepare and send RFQs or request for quotations and request for proposals to at least 3 suppliers, contractors, and or consultants with known qualifications. And then the procurement activities with ABC above 50,000 shall be posted, di ba? Under Section 54.2, requirement yan, no? Kasama si small value procurement doon. If it's above 50,000, you need to post it. But the difference between the procedure for this and shopping B is a receipt of at least 1 quotation or proposal is sufficient to proceed with the evaluation. Yan. So 1 proposal, 1 quotation is sufficient to proceed with the evaluation. So okay na, kahit isa lang, no? And then question, sir, pareho ba ito kanina doon sa shopping? You can extend price. Pwedeng, kung wala kang ma-obtain na price quote, pwedeng price. There's no need to extend kasi kahit isang quotation, pwede na, di ba? So, in this case, walang ganun na provision. It's only for shopping. So, this is what I'm saying na sometimes pare-pareho like shopping B, 3 price quotation, di ba? Then itong takeover of contracts, meron ding 3 price quotations, di ba? Pag hindi in-accept ng second lowest bidder. Itong sa negotiated procurement to failed bidding, 3 price quotations din yan. O pagdating mo sa itong small value, 3 price quotations. Pero tingnan ninyo, may pagkakaiba yung mga modes of procurement. So, let us be keen on this, that what mode of procurement we resort to, yun din yung mga procedures na susundin natin. Okay? So, thresholds, it's the same for LGUs. Pareho lang. And then, ito, procedural requirement is, yan, prepare RFQ. Banggit na natin to kanina. Post at PhilJeps is about 50,000. Send RFQs to 3 suppliers. And then if we receive one, then okay na, we can proceed. And prepare abstract of quotations. And award to the lowest calculated and responsive quotation. Or highest rated and responsive quotation. No? That complies with the specifications and the ABC. Okay, ano yung mga documentary requirements for this? Merong mayor's permit, professional license if consulting services, PhilJeps registration number, PCAB license, income or business tax return, and then ano pa ba yan? Omnibus sworn statement, no? Kasama din yan. So, pag above 50,000. Okay. Next is itong, yan, list of real property and venue. Ito, 3 price quotations din ito, no? So, tingnan natin. The end user shall justify, ito, for list of real property and venue, this covers list of real property. Tayo yung nagre-rent ng real property or venue for official use. So the end user should justify that resorting to lease of real property and venue is the more efficient and economical way to for the government. And then the cost-benefit analysis is needed or a market study. No, if yon market study pag nag-lease of real property ka, but if you will be renewing your lease, then a cost-benefit analysis. Then technical specifications should be prepared taking into consideration the rating factors under Appendix B. Ito na naman yung difference sa shopping small value at for the rest of the modes of procurement that requires the invitation of 3 suppliers. Dito siya, kailangan i-subject mo dito sa rating factors. Ano yung laman noong rating factors, no, under Appendix H. Sa Appendix H, meron diyan siyang mga rating factors na na-attach doon. So, like for instance, pag nag-lease of real property ka, so titingnan ngayon yung location, no? Isa yan siya sa mga areas na i-rate natin. So, yung location, pwede ring tingnan yung kanyang neighborhood data, no? Kung meron bang, magkano ba yung mga prevailing rate dyan, sanitation, health condition, yung mga real property, yung mga modules, the room arrangement, yun yung mga factors. So these factors under Annex H, no? Specifically Appendix B. Ang title na Appendix B is Documentary Requirements for Alternative Methods of Procurement, List of Real Property and Venue, Rating Factors, and Determination of Reasonable Rental Rates. Yon. So, titingnan natin yun siya at i-check natin whether nag-conform siya dito. No? Meron siyang i-rate natin. Kung okay siya, then okay, we can consider them as as part of the leasers, no? So this should be ang kanilang mga quotations shall be determined in accordance with this Annex B. So pag nakita natin in accordance yan, then responsive, reasonable yung quotation, then we recommend the award of contract to that supplier, or in this case, lessor. Okay. Next is itong ating procedural guidelines. Yan, no? Nabanggit ko na yan. Kulang pala na-click. Okay. So, in the list of real property and venue, isa din pala sa ating dapat gawin muna is we have to do some policy considerations. I have been asked one time by a COA auditor in our regional coverage. Sabi niya na, Sir, di ba hindi kailangan i-post basta list of real property and venue? Sabi ko naman, yes ma'am. The agency may opt not to post this as stated in section 54.2. Pero sir, sabi niya, di ba kailangan nila sir na magkaroon ng yung tinatawag na market survey? Gagawa mo na sila ng survey as to magkano yung ABC and possible rental rates, to determine yung mga midpoint or range, kung magkano yung rates within the area. Sabi ko, yes ma'am, that is the third policy consideration. We have 4 policy considerations before we undertake list of real property. And the first consideration is that the publicly owned property is, sabi niya, more preferred than this private property. Yon. Kasi nga, this will be more advantageous to the government being efficient and economical sa gobyerno. And number 2 consideration, ma'am, is the location of real property. Yan. To be leased, it should be meticulously selected by the supplier. Titingnan niyo ngayon. So, taking into account yung mga factors nga na nasa Appendix B. And then yan, pangatlo yan ma'am, sabi ko sa kanya, yung rental rates, yung ABC rental rates, at least they should have a market analysis on the prevailing rates of real property within the selected location. So, yan siya. Kasi that is their proof na or basis for the ABC. And then, technical specifications is the fourth, based on the Appendix B. So, sabi niya, yun yung kulang nila, sir. Wala silang ginawang market analysis. So, ang kung magkano yung pinaparenta nung kanilang gusto, doon lang din sila, yun lang din ang ginawa nila. So there seems to be wala masyado nila na consider, So yun yung hinahanap ni COA. Sabi ko, okay ma'am, pwede yun. Pwedeng i-question natin yan. Bakit walang market analysis for the ABC? So take note of these requirements because ano yan, is before we can conduct something like list of real property and venue, this should be satisfied. And next is, what if nag-renew lang tayo? Renewal of contract of list of property. So prior to the expiration of the lease contract, the end user of the procuring entity must conduct a cost-benefit analysis or CBA. Yesterday, may nagtanong sa akin, Sir, meron bang format ng CBA or cost-benefit analysis? Sir, ang ibang tawag dyan, benefit cost analysis. Pareho lang yun. Cost-benefit analysis. Ang pinaka-objective dyan is to monetize the value of the benefit. Yan yung pinaka-challenge Kasi yung cost, madali lang. Magkano yung cost? Dali lang yan siya. Pero how do we monetize yung benefit? Paano i-monetize yung benefit? Lagyan siya ng monetary value yung benefit niya. Let's say, beneficial siya kasi it will improve the quality of lives of the within the area. It's very hard to monetize, But anyway, that's the challenge for CBA. So, sabi niya ngayon, ano yung benefit ninyo? Siguro ang una niyan is dito sa list of real property is itong you will not be moving your mga furnitures to another location. So that would be the benefit of renewing the contract, Magkano yun? Lagyan mo ng value yun siya. Magkano kaya pag magpa-move tayo? How much did you spend last time? Historical cost tayo, Tapos, titingnan din ninyo kung magkano yung possible na kung magpagawa kayo ng mga divisions doon kasi you will be improving the area, no, kung saan kayo magmo-move. Kung hindi kayo magre-renew ng existing contract ninyo, then yan, yung cost noon, no? Cost of moving, cost of the yung transactions ninyo na maapektuhan, no? Kasi syempre may mga construction diyan, merong so there are services that you will not be able to efficiently do. So bigyan mo yan siya ng cost. So kung ganon, yan yung mga areas na titingnan natin when we come up with the cost benefit analysis. As to the template or procedure, wala po tayong ganon, no? I think later the GPPB will be giving itong template for this. At least guided lang tayo, pero for now, we can have our own template, our own design, so long as you will show there the cost of moving out versus the cost, the cost, the benefit rather, no? If you stay in the location. Yan. Okay, and then it must be analyzed when entering into a contract, which is will be more expensive taking into consideration the transfer cost. Yan. Okay. Next, ito yung mga documentary requirements. We have itong list of real property and venue, like the mayor's permit, the field jobs registration number, and the income or business tax returns. Yon. Move tayo sa next, which is the NGO participation. And there are conditions stated, no, under NGO participations. Number one is that it should be earmarked under sa appropriation law or ordinance na dapat for NGO lang talaga to. So dapat first condition yan. Pangalawang condition is the procuring entity may conduct public bidding or enter into a MOA with an NGO. So public bidding talaga yung first consideration parati natin. And then, as to the procedure, the BAC shall invite at least 3 prospective NGOs to submit sealed price quotations with complete project proposals, and upon determination of the lowest calculated bid, and after submission and evaluation of eligibility documents, the procuring entity shall enter into a MOA with an eligible NGO. By the way, ano ba si NGO? NGO, or a non-governmental organization, is a non-stock, non-profit domestic corporation duly registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Baka yung NGO ninyo hindi yan registered with SEC, dapat registered siya with SEC, or if not, at least with the CDA, Cooperative Development Authority. With the commitment, ang kanilang trust nitong NGO is to improve or develop the socio-economic well-being of the concerned group, no? And established primarily for providing goods and services for the public. And next, under Section 5312, we have community participation. So sa community participation, meron tayong ibang manual dyan, no? We call that as community participation manual. So meron din siyang IRR na specific to community participation. It's applicable to goods and infrastructure projects, and it involves people in the community and projects to address their own community needs and participation of local communities in the delivery of goods, including non-consulting services and simple infrastructure projects. So, pwede, no? Kaya goods and infrastructure projects yan. So, in the interest of project sustainability or to achieve a certain specific social objectives. Okay, merong mga ganun, no? Mga supplemental guidelines on community participation. So, let us just download copies of these references in the GPPB website if we want to resort to community participation. So, simple process, marami doon sa community participation manual na procedure, but these are the common procedures for community participation. Number one is, of course, there should be an RFQ to reflect the brief description of the project or specifications, the scope, and the ABC, and other necessary information. And then the back through the secretariat shall post the RFQs in the website. Hindi sa field jobs, sa website lang ng procuring entity. And at any conspicuous place reserved for the purpose for at least 3 calendar days. And then this should be less than, should less than 3 price quotations is obtained, the bank shall continue the procurement process. So, pwede lang din pala, no? Na less than 3. So, opening sealed quotation shall be non-discretionary, pass or fail criterion. And then in case of approval of the head of the procuring entity, so the hope now will issue a notice of award for a period not exceeding 15 calendar days. Yan. So in case none of the community-based service or provider submitted a quotation, the invitation may be extended to other barangays within the same municipality. Usually mga barangays ito no? Okay, next, section 53.13. Malapit na tayo sa last, no? United Nations Agency, UN Agency. Yan. So, ito siya, if we procure from UN agencies and yan, no? Yung mga small quantities of off-the-shelf goods, specialized products like vaccines. So, under sa RA 11525, ang mode of procurement natin is hindi ito Sabi doon is small value emergency cases if we procure vaccines. So at least the policy now states na yun ang gagamitin. Then goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services involve advanced technologies and techniques and innovations not locally available, certified by the whole. Yon. And the last one, itong pinaka-last natin sa negotiated procurement is Section 53.14 or ang tawag dyan is the direct retail purchase of petroleum, fuel, oil, and lubricants or POL, products, and airline tickets. So may ganun siya, no? Okay, in view of the volume of queries on procurement of POL, nagkaroon na tayo ng rules sa POL. So, direct retail purchase of POL, petroleum oil lubricants, and airlines are now guided through this GPPB Resolution number 24-2019. So, yan siya, no? The BAC and the HOPE shall delegate, pwede, to specific officials, personnel, committee, or an office in the procuring entity the conduct of direct retail purchase, and this shall be done through competitive bidding, except when the procuring entity determine that retail purchase is the best modality for itong mga non-bulk procurements. Okay, then for POL, yan, sabi dyan, the requirements POL requirements necessary for the operations of the procuring entity shall be reflected in the APP. Again, even if emergency or what, dapat nasa APP talaga yan. And direct purchase may be made from any suppliers, dealers, or gas stations at their retail pump price. Walang middleman yan direct. Kasi direct purchase. So dapat sa mga retailers, dealers, and gas stations. So POL must be intended for any official government vehicle. Yan. And the payment may be made through cash advance, reimbursement, and other allowable modalities. So for direct purchase of POL, meron ding same na mga procedures natin for airline tickets. Pwede din siya for airline tickets provided that it shall be used for official travels of the government agency or your LGU. So direct purchase must be made at any commercial airline. Yan, ito yung parating tanong dito, pwede ba sa sa ating mga agencies, no? So for me, parang ang nakalagay kasi diyan commercial airline. So direkta ka sa PAL, direkta ka sa Cebu Pacific or sa AirAsia. And then must be in accordance with existing rules and regulations government official and local or foreign travels. Meron tayong Executive Order number 77 dyan, no? For local and foreign travels of the government. Yon. So ito, na-discuss ko to kanina, yung alternative documentary requirements, which is also allowed for alternative methods of procurement, like unauthorized bid securing declaration, unauthorized omnibus loan statement, expired business permit, pwede na yan, performance securing declaration. So, not only this time, no, na pwede siyang i-allow under Resolution number 09/2020, but also even after this pandemic. Okay. Sige. Ubusan na tayo ng boses. Tapos na kasi, no? So, alternative documentary requirements like itong mayor's permit, pwede siya so long as before payment, you should have this be valid na or submit na natin. Okay? And then, for ito, no? Performance warranties and securities. Under Annex H, meron din to. So for limited source bidding, required ang performance security, warranty security only for highly specialized type of goods, and for direct contracting, performance security not required, but warranty security required. For repeat order, performance security not required, but warranty security required. For direct two-failed biddings, performance security, yes, it's required. And warranty security, yes, pwede, but in no case shall this be required for consulting services. For negotiated procurement, emergency cases, yun lang siguro muna tayo at okay, yan. Yan. Okay. For negotiated procurement, emergency cases, as well as small value procurement, performance security, no, may be required depending on the nature of the procurement, while warranty security, the procuring entity may require warranty security depending on the nature of the procurement project. Then takeover of contracts. Yes, it's required for performance security and also warranty security. For adjacent and contiguous, yes, also, no? Required siya. As well as for infrastructure projects where warranty security is required. Okay. So ito, balik na naman sa 09/2020. Sa performance securing declaration, pwedeng unauthorized, di ba? Pero the same as dito sa mayor's permit, it should be replaced and ito, no, with a PSD, with a performance security. Pwedeng pwede yan siyang PSD, pwedeng replace ng performance security. And what I mean, yung kanina is pwede siyang itong performance securing declaration, pwedeng unauthorized, but this has to be replaced with an authorized one before payment. Yon. Yung next na statement, the end user may require winning bidder to replace, pwede. The PSD with the performance security. Okay. So, itong performance security, one feature of this is to really to make sure na yung ating winning bidder will really perform the obligations under the contract faithfully. So that is why under this declaration, the supplier declares, among others, that if ever he will win and he will not perform in accordance with the contract, she or she will be blacklisted for 1 year, the first offense, and 2 years for if he or she has a prior similar offense. Yan. So, panakot talaga to, no? And talagang assurance na you really have to perform well or else you will be blacklisted. And of course, pag blacklisted siya, that supplier can no longer participate in any government contract nationwide. Okay? So, sige, Ma'am Jo. I think this
Okay.
last knowledge check.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Ton. So before tayo mag-quick break po, let's have our last knowledge check. So it will be flashing through the Zoom polling features po, and all we have to do again is to choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed in our screen now. Okay? The question is, in small value procurement, the omnibus warrant statement shall be required only for procurement projects with EBC above 50,000 pesos. Is it A, true, or B, false? Again, in small value procurement, the omnibus warrant statement shall be required only for procurement projects with EBC above 50,000 pesos. A, true, or B, false? Okay, so while waiting for the majority number of answered po, I would like to acknowledge po yung mga nag-reply sa aking messages sa Zoom chat box and messages po sa email. Thank you po. Acknowledge po lahat ng mga information ng mga knowledge check and early bird participants winners po. Thank you very much po. And for those na hindi pa po nagsisend, kindly email na lang po or you can send your details po dito sa chat box. Okay, so majority, Sir Ton, na sumagot po sa atin is 55% answered true while 45% answered false naman po. Let us see po if this is the indeed correct answer.
Okay. So, ito naman, siyempre, mga documentary requirements under Appendix A of Annex H. Siguro kanina when I was discussing, it's very hard for us to memorize, no? Kung ano yung mga documentary requirements na yon. But then again, majority of the participants were able to get this correctly, no? Ang answer po dito ay true. So, nasa po yan, Appendix A ng Annex H, that for the OSS shall be required only for procurement projects above 50,000. So, sa mga ganito pong mga documentary requirements, pag hindi po natin ma-memorize yun, and of course, no, marami tayong ibang functions and work, we always refer to this, check, no, sa Appendix A, kung kasali siya, then we require, and if not, sa aming agency, may ginawa akong checklist, no, sa kasi kung yung mode of procurement is small value, meron na yung checklist na naka-attach doon sa kanya na if that would check lang tayo kung ano yon. Kasali yon ito kasi 50,000. Okay? Sige, Ma'am Jo.
Okay, sir. That ends our discussion proper, and that was Mr. Antonio Faunilan Jr. of the Department of Budget and Management Region 11. And of course, again, thank you very much po, sir, for leading the discussion on alternative methods of procurement. And of course, to all our participants po for actively participating in knowledge check portions, thank you very much po. So now, before we proceed with the much-awaited open forum, let's have a quick break lang po for 5 minutes. Okay? So, thank you po and see you later po in a while.
Surprise!
Wow! Bahay-bahayan!
Ganda, no? Ginawa namin yan, Nak, para sa'yo.
Pero teka, saan na napunta yung mga halaman ko? Tsaka, bakit tabingi yung bahay?
Ay, nag-iba agad!
Sayang na ang pera, muntik pang masaktan ang bata. Dapat talaga inaaral ng maigi ang instructions at hindi minamadali ang paggawa. Sa gobyerno natin, gusto natin ng matibay at pulitong infrastruktura. para masigurong tatagal ito at ligtas ang mga gagamit. Dapat dumaan sa maayos na proseso ng pagpili ng contractor upang matiyak na sulit ang gastos. Oh, huwag muna magkamot ng ulo. Madali lang ang procurement. Hindi ito komplikado. Kailangan lang ng masusing pagpaplano at pagsunod sa proseso na itinakda ng Republic Act 9184. Ang RA 9184, mas kilala bilang Government Procurement Reform Act o GPRA, ay ang batas na nagtakda ng tamang proseso sa pag-procure ng pampublikong infrastruktura ng gobyerno. Kasama dito ang pagpapagawa, pagpapaganda, pag-aayos, pagkukumpuni o pagbabalik sa dati, pagpapanatili, at pag-iba ng mga kalsada, tulay, gusali at iba pang infrastruktura ng pamahalaan. Ang buong proseso ng pag-procure ng infrastructure project ay parehas lang ng sa goods. Ipagkakaiba lang sa ilang mga dokumento, sa pamantayan ng pag-evaluate at sa bilang ng araw ng pagitan sa bawat stage. Nagsisimula pa rin sa procurement planning ang proseso para matukoy ang prioridad ng gobyerno. Pero sa pag-procure ng infrastructure project, mas maraming pagsusuri, pag-aaral at paghahanda ng kinakailangan bago ito masimulan. Tulad ng feasibility study, right-of-way acquisition, pagbuo ng program of work, pag-compute ng budget, at detailed engineering design.
Detailed engineering design? No sleep!
Relax! Ito ay ang resulta ng maraming aktibidad para masigurong ang infrastruktura ay magiging matatag at ligtas para sa mga gagamit nito. Naaalala mo yung tabing ng bahay-bahayan kanina? Hindi kasi pinag-aralan ng maigi. Kaya dapat lang na detalyado ang engineering design.
Ano naman yung right-of-way acquisition? Big words, ha?
Simple lang yan. Bago simulan ang paggawa, kailangan tiyakin ng gobyerno na may sapat na daanan ang mga apektado ng infrastruktura. Parang sa pagtayo ng bahay-bahayan. Hindi dapat inalis ang mga halaman nang walang paalam. Nagre-resulta ang procurement planning sa APP ng ahensya. Dapat idiin na anumang hindi nakalista sa APP ay hindi maaaring ipagawa ng ahensya para masiguro ang matalinong paggamit ng pondo.
Tapos?
Sa pre-procurement conference naman, inaalam kung tapos na ang detailed engineering design at available na ang right-of-way site na madadaanan ng proyekto. Dito kasi, matitiyak na handa na ang ahensya na i-publish ang invitation to bid. Mahalaga na kumpleto at wasto ang lahat ng dokumento at malinaw ang pagkakasaad ng program of work and requirements sa bidding documents para walang aberya sa implementasyon. Sunod-sunod na ang proseso ng paglathala ng invitation to bid, pagkandak ng pre-bid conference at submission of bids. Tandaan na ang bid ay dapat na selyado at naglalaman ng dalawang hiwalay at selyadong envelopes kung saan nakapaloob ang mga required technical at financial documents. Ang technical envelope ay naglalaman ng mga dokumento na magpapatunay na eligible ang bidder at may technical na kakayanang gawin ang infrastructure project. Dapat kasama rito ang kopya ng lisensya ng bidder bilang contractor na galing sa Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board. Ang financial envelope naman ay naglalaman ng presyo na iniaalok ng bidder para sa proyekto. Gamit ang simpleng pass or fail preliminary examination, bubusisiin ang mga dokumentong nakapaloob sa technical at financial envelopes. Kapag kulang o mali ang dokumentong nasa technical envelope ng bidder, hindi na bubuksan ang kanyang financial envelope. Ibig sabihin, tanggal na siya sa bidding. Kapag na-scrutinize na ang lahat ng technical envelopes, saka palang bubuksan ang financial envelopes ng mga nakapasang bidders. Laging tatandaan na hindi dapat mas mataas sa ABC ang presyo na iniaalok ng bidder. Anumang bid ang mas mataas sa ABC ay matatanggal rin.
Bakit?
Ito ay para masiguro ng gobyerno na hindi ito gagastos ng higit pa sa naibudget para sa proyekto. Isa sa ilalim naman sa bid evaluation ang mga nakapasang bids upang una, masigurong kumpleto at naaayon sa pamantayan ang mga impormasyon. At ikalawa, masigurong hindi labis sa ABC ang presyong iniaalok ng bidder. Pagkatapos nito, ay irarank ang mga nakapasang bids mula sa pinakamababang presyo. Ang pinakamababang bid ang tataguri ang lowest calculated bid o LCB na isasalang sa post-qualification.
Post-qualification?
Ito ang proseso kung saan sinusuri ng BAC o ng Technical Working Group ang mga dokumento at impormasyong isinumite para matiyak na lahat ay tama at nasa ayos. Sinusuri rin ang mga nakaraang kontrata, pati na ang experience ng mga taong i-assign sa proyekto. Dapat hindi makitaan ng pagkukulang gaya ng delays o mababang kalidad ng trabaho para makapasa. Pati ang pinansyal na katayuan ng LCB ay tinitignan din.
Kumbinsihin mo pa kami.
Sure! Sa ganitong paraan, masisiguro ng BAC na ang mananalong bidder ay hindi lamang basta mababa ang presyo, kundi ito ay technically qualified. Kapag napatunayan sa pagsusuri na ang LCB ay nakapasa sa legal, technical, at financial requirements, ito ay tatawaging bidder na may lowest calculated responsive bid o LCRB na irerekomenda na gawaran ng kontrata. Ayan, madali lang at walang hassle ang proseso ng procurement sa gobyerno. Kapag naplano, malamang walang palpak. Sa ganyang paraan, walang nasasayang. Tiyak na best quality at the best price ay swak na swak. Approve?
Approve!
Okay, so I hope everyone is back na po. Okay, so before we proceed, for all our Facebook viewers po, for those, especially for those na taga MLGUs po, our slots still available pa po. So you may click po yung link na binigay po ni Billy Bayong for the confirmation po ng inyong participations. Okay, so ready na tayo, sir?
Yes, okay na Ma'am
Okay,
Jo.
yes po. So to proceed with the open forum, please be reminded that questions which are initially gathered from the Zoom chat box and from our Facebook live comments section are filtered and categorized, as our resource speaker shall only be answering the questions related to our learning session today. So nevertheless, rest assured that all questions raised and received are documented, which shall be form part of our frequently asked questions. So once again, let's have our resource speaker, Mr. Antonio Faunilan Jr. Sir, this is the first question po. So we have 12 questions po, sir. So the first question is, can we accept quotations under small value procurement through email? Do we still need to require supplier certifications on the use of e-signature?
Okay. So, in answering this, let me refer the one who asked this question to resolution number 09-2020. No? I think na-discuss natin kanina yung 09-2020
Kaya
which
na, ano mo, sino nag-share?
actually
Yan,
allow
nabasa yung message.
of this price quotations through email. Hindi lang yun siya public bidding yung 09-2020 but also pwede rin sa alternative methods of procurement provided that we can say that our agency is capable of receiving electronic bid submissions or electronic kasi ang by default talaga manual yung ating pag-receive ng price quotations, and if it is done through email, then the unang requirement dapat dyan is meron tayong certification from the highest ranking IT officer, no? That our agency is capable of receiving itong electronic submission of bids, and like this one through email. So, do we still need to require supplier certification of the e-signature? Merong procedure kasi sa 09-2020. Number one, merong yung two-factor security system, no? Yun siya yung isa. We're in whenever the supplier submits a price quotation, it must be compressed and encoded and it cannot be opened, no? May security feature siya. And then number two, the password will be provided only during the opening of bids by the supplier and may auto acknowledgement. yun yung mga requirements niya. As to itong they're certifying whether the submitted documents is authentic or not through itong electronic signature is not among the requirements there. Yung nabanggit ko kanina about digital signatures is para sa atin yon, no? Tayo, we can sign our documents electronically. As to yung mga electronic submission of bids which would require kayo na yon, i-check ninyo whether the signature is really authentic, and yung certification kasi na yan, it will be certified pa rin electronically. So siguro the best way is you really have to validate, no, whether the signature is really true. And I suggest that if you would require yung mga electronic signatures, i-upgrade natin to digital signatures. Ang digital signature as compared to an electronic signature, no, may pagkakaiba. Sa electronic signature, we can consider a scanned signature as an electronic signature, while a digital signature, meron siyang authentication, meron siyang code at the face, para siyang pirma lang na ordinary, pero merong code yan siya at nilalagay doon mismo sa document that you cannot change the document, and if there are changes to the document, it will inform the one who issued the digital signature na may change doon. Sa e-signature kasi, kung scan, kahit sino pwedeng i-copy lang yung signature mo at i-paste. So, that's very risky. So, totoo, pinapa-certify mo yan, pero para mawala na yung issue on certification, you can require them to submit digital signatures instead. Okay?
Okay, Sir Ton, our second question. Can we indicate brands for COVID-19 test kits?
Okay. Brands for COVID-19 test kits. Kasi ang nagpo-procure nito is hindi po kayo, no? It's DOH and the NTF. So, siguro sa inyong part, when the LGU now request the NTF to procure for them, then I think wala namang nakalagay na hindi tayo pwedeng maglagay sa PR. Pero sa side nila, pag sila na yon, then still this rule on brand name, walang ano yan siya eh. Wala siyang exception, no? Doon sa emergency cases siya, yes, but as to brand name, silent yung ating law as well as yung ating itong guidelines. But if the law is silent, then the general guidelines will prevail, and that is of course no brand names is allowed unless of course na meron, di ba, may rule yun doon na yung merong performance requirements would require it. Halimbawa, naka first dose ka na ng Pfizer, pwede kang mag-indicate ng brand name na second dose mo is Pfizer, or else that will be a problem now. But for initial doses, I don't think na pwede yan siya. Pero anyway, hindi naman tayo ang bibili niyan. It's the NTF and the DOH.
Okay. Sir, this is our third question po. Is it considered splitting of contract if awarded to different suppliers?
Yan. So I have discussed this earlier na splitting or breaking down contracts into different na mga phases and different na mga items, no? Is not automatically considered as splitting of contract under the Section 54.1. There has to be there needs to the purpose, no, as to why the contract was broken up or bakit siya in-split should be determined first. Yan. So, kung titingnan ngayon na yung pag-split ng contract is to maximize competition and not to circumvent the requirements of the law, circumvent the requirements of public bidding, then that is not considered as splitting. So, hindi siya automatic, in other words. na inaward mo sa different suppliers, splitting na kaagad. Ang titingnan dyan is yung purpose or intention as stated in section 54.1.
Okay. Our next question, is it still needed for the supplier to sign the original copy of PO even though there is already an electronic copy attached in the voucher?
Electronic copy of the PO. Now, itong ating kasing rules on ito is ang ating ang magpapasok diyan is itong ating e-commerce law, no? So, do we need to sign the PO even though there is already an electronic copy attached in the voucher? What do you mean by that? No, siguro ang assumption natin dito, tayo as agency yung pipirma, kailangan pa tayong pipirma doon sa PO na na-scan naman daw yon sa voucher. Depende sa inyong ano yung na-scan. Kung may pirma ba doon or wala, no? Or ano yung nalagay doon na signature? Is it your electronic signature? Meron bang signature doon or wala? Kasi kung walang pirma yon, I don't know with the attached ba electronic copy of the PO. Kung kompleto naman yun siya, it would be we could assume na napirmahan mo yon originally, no? So may original signed yun siya. So sorry, ang tanong pala is supplier. Si supplier daw ang pipirma sa PO na original na pirma niya, no? Okay, so ang pag-intindi ko tayo, no? So, so sa supplier naman na side, generally nito ang COA requires the fresh ink na pirma, no, ng supplier sa PO. So, kailangan pirmahan ni supplier yung PO unless na i-allow natin yung digital signatures niya na i-attach niya doon. But I think that would be hard, no? Hindi ko pa na ano yan kung paano niya i-attach yung kanyang digital signature doon sa copy or electronic copy ng PO. So, in our case, ang ginagawa namin is we really require them to sign and have it be sent to us through mail. Kasi yun yung requirement ngayon ni COA. Sa ating part, yung sinasabi ko kanina, pwedeng digital. Pero sa side ng suppliers, nire-require ng ating auditors na fresh ink or signed siya.
Okay, Sir Ton. So our next question. How about if there is no declaration of state of calamity, but the materials are needed in the emergency repair of damage or breakdown of structures as to case of public utilities like water?
Okay, yan. So balikan natin yung mga ating instances when the negotiated procurement may be resorted to. Remember, there are three na na-mention ko kanina. First is, there is an imminent danger to life or property during a state of calamity. And then the next one is when the time is of the essence arising from natural or man-made calamity. Both the two requires na merong calamity. But the third one, walang issue on calamity dito. But pangatlong possible na reason is for other causes where immediate action is necessary to prevent damage to or loss of life or property, or yung letter B noon is to restore vital public services, infrastructure facilities, and public utilities. So, in your question, ang tanong mo is public utilities may breakdown. Pwede bang emergency cases? Yes, under the third instance nitong emergency cases to restore vital public services, infrastructure facilities, and public utilities. Yun po ang ating basis.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next question. for lease of venue, in the event po na nag-exceed kami sa more than 10% sa amendment of contract, kasi madaming umattend na participants, ano po pwedeng gawin sa excess?
Okay. Actually, ano yan, call yan ng inyong Bids and Awards Committee. I have already discussed to you the different modes of procurement. So, I think the best position, no, to really decide what mode of procurement is yung agency po ninyo. So, as to the excess, marami pong mga possible na pwede nating gawin dyan and maraming possible alternatives. Of course, we have to consider every time, no, public bidding. But if you would say na, sir, practical naman yung public bidding, nandyan na yung nandyan na yung aming activity at nagkulang lang na marami yung umattend na participants. So, you can explore other modes of procurement, no? Pwedeng dyan, pwedeng magpa-small value kayo, yung immediately, no? Yung during that day, patakbo kayo ng canvas. So, pwede ring, kayo, yung, tawag niyan, yung, ito kasi pwedeng, parang hindi yata ito papasok, no? Pero maraming mga possible na mga modes na pwede ninyong at yung back po ninyo magde-decide yan. Okay?
Sir, I think the question is, tapos na yung event nila now. I think for payment purposes po yata yung yung intended niyang tanong po. So, nag-exceed na sila. So, after the event, they realize na nag-exceed sila kasi madami daw pong umattend na participants. So, as per our IRR po, ang ating limit lang is 10% na sa amendment of contract. So, about the excess ng mga participants daw?
Yun nga, as to the excess of the participants, mahirap po yan na you have to, kasi kung ganito, maraming modes na pwede nating i-explore, no? As to itong issue na ito. And then, someone was saying there na repeat order. But remember, repeat order is a mode of procurement that would be resorted to if your original contract was done through public bidding. And in this case, I think the mode of procurement is lease of venue. No? So, nag-exceed na siya. Anong sabi dito, can we bid each item in the project as separate projects in the items if not available? I think iba yung question na yan. So, oo. Ang sa amin po kasi is we cannot really suggest to you, no, the exact mode of procurement kasi yan nga, going back to the usual na mga NPMs of GPPB, kayo po ang magde-decide noon. You just review all the modes of procurement for that. Kasi once we give you a definitive na sagot po dito sa yung in excess noon, that will also become a policy na. No? So, kayo na lang po ang magde-decide kung ano po yun. I hope you understand na what I meant by that. Okay. So,
thank you, Sir Don.
Kasi pag may sinabi ako dito, Ate Jo, that will be their legal basis.
Yes, sir.
Sabi nung speaker, ang gawin niyan is gaya kanina, repeat order. So, mahirap po yun kasi there are a lot of factors that needs to be considered aside from yung, nag-excess na nga siya.
Yes.
No? So, if you want to raise this question, we can probably discuss this in another na forum, but not dito po.
Yes, sir. Let's park this. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next question po is, are procurement of meals and supplies for COVID-19 vaccination activities be considered as emergency case of procurement?
O yan, parang yan din, no? The same question. Oo. Kasi nga, maraming ang mga possible na mga factors dyan. we can only assume, no? Kasi hindi ko alam kung ano yung nangyayari sa inyo. So, bakit ba kailangan ng meals during the vaccination activity? So, probably you will say na, sir, there's already a declaration of state of public calamity with the declaration of the president. So, pwede namin talagang emergency cases. So, if that would be your justification, then I think that is reasonable. No? Pero you have to prove kung ano yung nandyan ngayon and ano yung nangyayari. So, it all boils down to the you as being in the best position to determine the appropriate mode of procurement. So, I have discussed, I think, all the modes of procurement. So, consider na lang ninyo yon kung pwede ba. Kung pwede naman, then you can justify it, then okay, pwede.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ton. So I think planning lang talaga, sir, no?
Yan yung mga usual na mga tanong, Ma'am Joy, yung sa mga speakers, they ask us of, ano ba yung mode of procurement nito? Anong mode of procurement niyan? And then, next, ang sunod naman na magtatanong sa amin si COA, sabi ninyo, daw ang mode of procurement.
So dapat during planning talaga, paghandaan po.
I've been in that situation many times. So I suggest na you, since we have already given to you all the information about the conditions, the requirements, and everything, so you decide on those things. No, importante na kabisaduhin natin yon and decide. And so long as you can justify that you have complied with the conditions, then I think there's no problem with whatever decisions you make. Wag lang tayong matakot sa mode of procurement kasi yan yung parati eh. Nagkakaroon talaga ng fear as to what mode of procurement ba to? Baka mali ito, no? We have the conditions in the IRR. We'll check natin kung nag-fit siya. Kung nag-fit siya, then I think kagaya kanina yung sa public utilities. Basahin natin yung section 53.2 on emergency cases since may public utilities doon, no? And then it doesn't require itong declaration of state of calamity, then pwede siya. Ganun po.
Yes, thank you, Sir Ton. Our next question is, ask po if surveyor is applicable to negotiated procurement under highly technical consultant.
Yun, depende. Same question, no? I suggest that you revisit the requirements of itong highly technical consultant. Ang pinaka-determinant dito is merong trust and confidence yung ating agency and nandoon is highly technical yung ating gagawin. So if that would the two conditions would be present sa inyong itong surveyor, yung pag-procure ninyo ng surveyor, then you can resort to that mode of procurement po.
Okay, so next question. Ask lang po, necessary pa po ba yung request letter if gusto ni end user na SVP ang mode of procurement?
Ano kaya yung ibig sabihin niya ng request letter dito? No, PR ba? I don't know. Siguro sa PPMP niya nilagay niya na small value procurement, but pagdating ngayon sa baka ginawang public bidding. Most probably ganun yung mangyari. But if you ask me under section 12, it's the one who was the authority to decide what mode of procurement to undertake is the Bids and Awards Committee. So I don't know why you are giving yung mga request letter from the end user na kung ano ang mode, but in the end it's always the Bids and Awards Committee who has that discretion.
Yes, sir. I think this question is very internal na lang siguro sa kanila.
Yes, sa kanila na lang.
Tama naman po na si BAC talaga yung magde-decide ng mode of procurement based on submission ng PPMP. Thank you, sir. Our next question po is, For procurement of IT equipment in a fourth-class municipality with an ABC of 200K, in which the 2 public biddings attempts failed and 2 negotiated procurement failed, can the procuring entity resort to shopping despite the limitation on threshold?
No po, kasi you will not be complying with the conditions of Section 52. Again, we can only resort to any alternative methods of procurement if we have complied with the conditions stated in each mode of procurement under Section 49 to Section 53. It happened to us, no? In reality, tama talaga to. Nagkaroon din kami ng 2 public biddings and then 2 failed negotiations, but it doesn't tell us to stop from 2 negotiated. Actually, sabi nga ng auditor namin, no, na sir, okay lang 'yan. Kasi I'm quite frustrated and sabi ko, ano ba 'to? Parating na lang failure, ilang beses na 'to, no? Ano ba saan ba tayo nagkulang? Ano ba yung specifications na gusto nila? And then I always tell my itong supply officer as well as the back secretariat, pakitanong nga, mag-survey ka nga, ano ba talagang issue? Bakit tayo nagpe-fail? But our observer, yung auditor namin, sabi niya, sir, okay lang yan, sir. Kasi sa amin din, basta ganitong type of good, expected talaga yan. Even daw sa kanila, they had more than 2 negotiated failed negotiated procurement. So, we cannot resort, ang point ko lang is, despite na nagkaroon tayo ng several failure, no, that is not our reason to resort to another mode of procurement, because especially if this mode of procurement, yung mga conditions nito doesn't allow us to procure it through that. So always be mindful na yun nga, whenever we resort to a mode of procurement, check whether yung conditions natin ay complied. Kung hindi, then no, we cannot do that. We cannot comply with that. That would be irregular. So patuloy lang po. Kahit second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Pero every time na mag-fail, let us check kung story report tayo. O baka ang ginagawa ninyo, yung kayong review na ginagawa. So sa case naman namin, each time, gaya negotiated procurement to failed bidding, di ba meron tayong kinakonduct yan na negotiation, or in our case, we conduct a negotiation meeting wherein we conducted it through Zoom para sabi namin ng supplier, sir, naintindihan ba yung mga requirements namin before they submit their best and final offer? Naintindihan ba yung requirements namin? Yes, sir. Meron ba kayong problema? Ano bang problema ninyo na possible na bakit hindi kayo makasubmit? And then sabi nila, kasi sir, ito, wala kaming yung time ninyo, parang gipit kami pag ganyan, can we extend the timeline? So yun ang purpose ng negotiation, para maka-submit talaga sila ng best and final offer. So with that, after 2 negotiations, so we actually were successful. So yun, frustrating siya, yes, but you have to comply with the requirements or else mapo-question tayo dyan. Sige po, Ma'am Jo.
Okay. Yes, tama po. Mandatory review po. Okay. Our next question po, are procurements amounting from above 50,000 considered as a small value procurement already, or does it still varies?
Depende, depende yan siya, no? Kasi yan kasing, let us yung change or remove that misconception na basta 50,000 small value or shopping, no? Above 50 procurements amounting above 50,000. Ito baliktad din ito kasi yung iba threshold maximum, itong kanya naman above 50,000. Considered ba daw na small value kaagad, no? Hindi po yan ang basihan. Sasabi ko kanina, it's not the ABC who will be our basis for in deciding what mode of procurement. First is, we check ano ba yung bibilhin natin. Yung ano ba yung item na bibilhin natin. Say for instance, bibili tayo ng ballpen or papel. Ano ba yan? Asan ba yan? Pwede ba yan sa small value? So, let us try to check all the methods of procurement, ano yung pinaka-best doon, di ba? Pag ballpen at papel, I think this is regular office supplies and equipment. So the best mode of procurement for this would be shopping. So pag shopping ngayon, then doon ka na titingnan mo itong amount ng ABC mo. So usually yung ABC niyan is are we within the threshold or not? So kung within tayo ng threshold, so okay, pwede tayo mag-shopping. Is it available at the procurement service or not? So kung it's not available at the procurement, pwede tayo mag-shopping. So that is how we do it. No? Yung based on the requirements, i-apply natin kung pwede ba siya doon sa mga conditions. And not the other way around na meron na tayong 50,000. Basta 50,000, wala pong ganon sa ating procurement law. That is why it is important dito sa alternative methods of procurement for us to be acquainted, and not only acquainted, na yung medyo higher than familiarity, no? Hindi naman sabi na memorize natin yan, pero at least alam natin. Kasi yun nga, magde-depend yung mode of procurement natin sa ating requirements. Yun. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you po. And our last question po.
Good na?
Anong modality po ang gagamitin sa rental of heavy equipment?
Okay. Yan. So, mga the usual, no? Pareho na mga tanong talaga. I think ang mga participants natin are not yet confident on their in choosing what mode of procurement. So, again, if you are not if you feel na you are still inadequate, no, sa pag-decide as to what mode of procurement, you read the section again, read the provision again. So, para medyo confident tayo na anong-ano. Kasi rental of heavy equipment, kumbaga, these are services and this will fall under, una, tingnan mo, ano ba siya? Goods ba siya? Infrastructure ba? Or civil works? Yung pag rental ng heavy equipment, mahulog siyang goods, di ba? Under sa definition, under section 5. So, mga services yan. So, hindi naman pwede siguro yan sa takeover of contracts. Hindi naman siguro pwede yan sa itong adjacent and contiguous. So, by process of elimination, we'll try to eliminate ano yung mga hindi pwede. Rental of heavy equipment, pwede ba siya sa emergency cases? O kung meron yung conditions, pwede. Pwede ba siya sa itong UN agencies? Then, of course, hindi pwede, sir. O, X mo yon, petroleum oil lubricants, X mo yon, ganon. And then you will have now a set of yung mga modes of procurement na pwede siya. So the next, after you eliminate all those na hindi pwede, itong pwede na siya, check now the conditions. So rental of equipment, ano yung mga possible conditions? Meron ba siyang ganito? May ganyan ba? Tapos, once na nag-fit siya sa condition na yan, then you have now a remaining options. So, siguro sa mga possible options mo na maiiwan dyan is small value procurement. But the question is, papasok ba na naman siya sa threshold? Ganon. So, baka yung rental mo, if you are a fourth class municipality, more than 100,000, so hindi siya pasok. So, you have to consider now public bidding. But in our choices, of course, kasali parati si public bidding dyan kasi siya ang general mode of procurement. So, ganun po ang method natin. We try to identify what possible modes of procurement would be allowed, no, for the goods we want to procure, and through process of elimination, we remove kung ano yung hindi pwede, and then we choose from among the remaining modes of procurement. The important thing here is we get to understand, no, kung ano yung mga conditions, because in the end kayo po yung nagde-decide. Nasa section 12 po yan. It is the bids and awards committee who will decide on the mode of procurement, and we cannot rely on the opinion of another person na who doesn't know. Kagaya ko, tatanungin ninyo ako niyan, no? Hindi ko alam kung ano yung conditions diyan, no? Ano yung mga assumptions natin. And I think you are in the best position to know what are the assumptions, and what are the conditions. If you ask me, public bidding. Oh, siguro sabihin nyo, si Sir naman, ang topic mo, alternative methods. Okay, yun ang sinasabi ko na if you are in the best position to decide, you just, I think after the discussion, you now are acquainted to the different modes of procurement and you have now the necessary competence in deciding what mode of procurement to resort to. So, yun. Kung nakita ninyo na yan ang pinaka-appropriate, then do not be afraid. No? Huwag tayo matakot and be confident in the mode of the procurement we have decided. As yun, kailangan alam natin and nakita natin na this is based on what is written in the IRR. Okay?
Okay, so thank you, Sir Ton. Sir Ton, can I add po?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tama po yung nabanggit nating resource speaker. So to add on lang po, always remember po as a general rule, public bidding po tayo. Now, in the event po na for the efficiency and economy po, let's check po yung sinasabing certain sa alternative methods of procurement kung saan pwede mag-fall yung ating mga procurement activities po. Okay, so not necessarily po public bidding, pero for efficiency po, let's see po kung ano yung pwede nating magamit na modality po sa alternative methods of procurement. Okay, so with that po, I think that was our last questions for this session po. Sir Ton, thank you very much. If you have more questions po, you may still ask them by visiting our slido.com. All you have to do is just type in the event code #governmentprocurementph, to which the GPPB TSO will answer through the issuance or through the FAQs. At this point, we would like to thank again our resource speakers, Mr. Antonio Faunilan Jr., for graciously accepting our invitations and for profoundly answering the questions raised by our participants.
Welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure po.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Now, before we proceed to the final reminders, allow me to provide a recap or bird's eye view of our today's learning session. So today we had the entire session on alternative methods of procurement, where we had an extensive discussion on the various alternative methods which may be utilized in government undertakings and its appropriate use based on the prescribed conditions, procedures, and documentary requirements, led by our today resource speakers, Mr. Antonio Faunilan Jr. And once again, we do hope that you were all able to have a deep dive in our today's learning sessions on alternative methods of procurement. For the final important reminders, again, we would like to remind the participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance form by visiting the link provided in the Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. And for all our early bird winners and KC winners, again, kindly check your respective emails or chat box and kindly respond with the details needed. Finally, for tomorrow, our last day of our week-long virtual event, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone po again to log in at least 10 minutes before the program so that we can start on time. Also, please be advised that we shall again be using the Zoom platform, which credentials are provided by the event secretariat. For concern and other matters relative to our program, you may directly coordinate with Mr. Marky Duetes or any of our GPPB TSO secretariat. And finally, may we request everyone to please switch on their cameras to commemorate these learning sessions with a resource speaker. We shall be having 2 shots in my count po. Okay, so open na po natin ating camera. So, yan. So, in my count, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so another one in my count. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's it. That concludes the session for our fourth day of the online training for the municipal local government units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. On behalf of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, this has been your facilitator, Jocelyn Beslick. Thank you all very much and see you all tomorrow. Thank you, Sir Ton. Thank you po sa lahat ng
Recording
participants who
stopped.
actively
Thank you po.
participated po.
Thank you, Sir
See you
Tony.
tomorrow.